Welcome to the enigmatic world of Paranormal M. Prepare to be mesmerized by our tales of the supernatural. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications, and hit that like button if you could, and stay tuned for our latest mind-boggling stories. Dorm Stalker Mimic. I lived on a college campus, and one night my roommate and I decided to walk across campus, about a mile. We were going to a dining hall that we'd never really been to in order to try some new foods. We get outside and we're greeted by a full campus. People are playing volleyball, they're biking around, they're talking loudly, and just having a good time. The walk itself was mostly fine, with the exception of two spin scooters kind of failing on us. One being completely broken, and the other just refusing payment, which forced us to walk on foot. We left the scooters there and continued to dinner. More on that later. We finished the whole walk in about 5 minutes, and once we were in the building, everything immediately got really weird. It instantly became quiet. Apart from the sounds of cooking, it was damn near silent in the dining hall. Everyone we could see was staring at us. Some were even very obviously taking pictures with their flash on. My food was raw and my roommate's overcooked. Needless to say, we left within 10 minutes because we felt extremely uncomfortable. Upon leaving, there was a police car with its flashing lights on but no siren, just sitting out in front of the building with no driver, and, well, we continued past with no issues. But we quickly noticed that there was now absolutely nobody outside. It was anywhere on campus. There was no wind, no sounds of people talking. It was dead silent. Not even crickets, despite it being 6 p.m. on a notoriously party-filled campus. It was eerily dark, and the air just felt thick. It was almost like a fog, but if fog were blacker than black. It was at this point that we conveniently found another spin scooter. But that one wasn't working either. Creeped out, we just started walking back to our dorm. As we got close to the dorm, a group of 2 or 3 boys on spin scooters screamed at us as they passed from behind. Both of us felt like if we were alone, something worse would have happened, but regardless, that was weird. By that point, we were approaching the first spin scooter that we tried to use, and someone was trying to ride the completely broken one, but it actually worked for them, despite its motor being stuck and the brakes being cut for me. We just confusedly stared after them, not understanding why it was broken for us. We finally made it back to the dorm, taking the same walk at the same speed. But it had somehow been nearly half an hour instead of 5 minutes like our first walk had. It was on this walk that we believe we picked up another presence that we began to follow. Or rather, it followed us. That was for the next few months, from November to February, and then we moved off campus. Getting back to the dorm, we had already begun to feel paranoid about everything. But that really sank in as we started to see things outside our dorm room window. We were on the 3rd floor and would catch glimpses of dark figures standing still halfway behind the trees. We closed the curtains when we both saw a face somehow peering into the window despite the height. Freaked out, we began to talk and the previous paranormal experiences that we've had, and in doing so, prompted the entity to begin mimicking the exact experience my roommate had when a family member passed away. On the 1st anniversary of the death, she was listening to a song that was given to her by family members. She felt a warm presence next to her, feeling almost reassuring. She played the song for me, and oddly enough, it's entitled Not Alone. And at the same time in the song, it happened to her in the past, we felt waves of some force from behind, just kind of above us. It eventually felt like there was something between us obstructing our hearing of one another. It wasn't warm like she had described. It was instead cold and paralyzing. But it was tangible to both of us even though we mentioned it. I could see a reflection in a nearby lamp, and the other lights positioned between us kept disappearing from the reflection. The wardrobe across from us kept cracking open on its own, which was weird, considering how much force it took to open on purpose. This stopped whenever we started talking about it, but started right back up if we ever mentioned it again that night. The dorm room itself felt off ever since then. We'd started to see normal shadows in the room grow darker than ever before. We had new shadows appear from nowhere. We thought that we saw things out of the corner of our eyes, faces peering through the decorative plants, dark hands around the doorframe, figures crouched behind the chairs, and shadows darting underneath the beds. On top of these, we continued to see figures and faces outside our window. At this point, we no longer felt like we belonged on campus at all. People consistently stared at us, even going so far as to turn around while driving just to look. People stared from across the street or even way ahead or behind us, and more pictures of us were taken nearly every time we left the dorm room. It began to mimic sounds that were common. Someone had been sick before winter break and was coughing for a while, but the sound continued after break. Although it sounded uncanny, as though the muffling of the sound through the wall was artificial. Perhaps that it was being produced in the room with us. The sounds became predictable and were just somehow wrong. First it was the coughing, then it began to mimic the sound of a very distinct dangly earring that my roommate wears, even when I was alone. She even took it out to test it, and we both still heard it. Began to whistle at us too. Neither of us can find an example of what it sounds like anywhere online, but it's a single high-pitched whistle that typically has a little upsweep at the end. I have perfect pitch, and eerily enough, the sounds were exactly the same every single time. The same pitch, the same length, and the same tone consistently. The whistles, coughs, and earring sounds, it was like listening to a loop of those sounds around us all day, every day. On some of the worst days, the color of the light itself would look completely different in the dorm room when we felt its presence, but we both always noticed the exact moment it returned to normal. During the weekends, we were lucky enough to be able to drive home and stay over, but the sounds followed us. They could even be heard from inside the home. On some occasions, figured out exactly how to mimic our voices, almost exactly. I've heard her say my name in the house when she hadn't said anything. We both heard a separate disembodied voice as well, typically just a loud, My roommate used to get regular sleep paralysis. Well, I've never had it myself. And on one such night, we were seeing an abnormal amount of the creepy stuff mentioned earlier. She was slipping into sleep paralysis. All of a sudden, while I was talking, I passed out and saw the entity's face, up close and personal, to which I immediately woke both of us, and the entity left right after that. And since then, her sleep paralysis has completely stopped happening. I've attached a picture of the face that I drew that night because I couldn't get it out of my head. You might have to brighten it, it's a wee bit dark. All of this added to a lot of other stresses that we were facing at the time, which prompted us to make the decision to move away from campus, after which all of the activity stopped entirely. We're not too freaked out by any of this. We both had our experiences before, but this absolutely felt like the most hostile. It often felt dangerous and like it was out to get us. Beyond just being scared, it physically instilled feelings. We're mostly wondering if anybody's had similar experiences. Something pulled my hair today. I'm a housekeeper at a resort. This happened in a unit I was cleaning today. Spooked me so bad that I didn't even want to clean that room. So I was standing in the middle of the bathroom looking at my phone. I had my hair tied back in a low ponytail and a clip sort of pinning my hair to the back of my head to keep it off my neck. I have really long, heavy, and thick hair. To make my hair stay in any sort of style, it has to be tight to my head or it'll fall out in minutes. Something lifted all of my hair over my head and dropped it. It was so scary, I literally jumped and looked all around the bathroom to try to figure out really how it happened. I was standing dead in the center of the bathroom away from all the stalls, and the only thing in the ceiling is one of those light fan fixtures that are in the actual ceiling. Nothing could have caught my hair. It couldn't have been static. Static doesn't move the entirety of your hair in one big clump. And I was completely alone. Whatever it was, or whatever happened, it didn't hurt me. Maybe it was just curious or something. I don't even know if I fully believe in the paranormal despite having several encounters. What do you think about this? Any logical explanation on my levitating hair? Guardian angel appearing physically at different points in my life. So at different points in time throughout my life, I've encountered a specific man. Always the same face, same height, same age, same ethnicity, etc. And generally during very hard times and turning points. Each encounter has been alike. During some of the most difficult moments of my life, I'll find myself at the beginning of breaking down or in the middle of it, and this man will appear seemingly out of nowhere and knowing nothing of my situation, offering words of comfort or advice. I have a few very distinct memories of this happening, and the latest happened yesterday. My grandfather, who raised me, had been in and out of the hospital for the last few months. He's on his journey out of saying goodbye. He is on his journey out of our world, and has been very difficult saying goodbye to him. After receiving worst-case scenario news from one of his surgeons yesterday, I took a walk to call some loved ones in the hospital. That's where he's being treated and ultimately got lost, winding up in a very lower level of their basement. When I got on the elevator to go back to the main floors, I was overwhelmed and exhausted, and at this point, beside myself crying. Somebody ran to stop the elevator doors, and it stepped kind of on a Hispanic man, dude, like in his mid-30s, whose face, I would know anywhere. This is the man who shows up in my worst moments every single time. He said hello and asked me why I was crying. I simply answered, "Really long day and some very bad news." His reply came with a wisdom and authority I do not want to discredit. Simply he was a good Samaritan offering a comforting thought, but cannot ascertain myself to believe, it was anything earthly. Is this my guardian angel or ancestor or another force appearing when I need it most? Can't chalk this up to simply coincidence or my mind playing tricks on me. I've experienced this on multiple occasions, and it always is the exact same person. Although time has passed, and even in with the very slight chance that it could just so happen to be the same human in the right place at the right time every single time, they surely would have aged. And maybe they would remember me as well by this point. Has this or anything similar happened to anyone else? Starting to feel a little bit crazy, but I would love some insight or validation from anybody who might know more about the spiritual realm and how it might be in contact with us here. Interdimensional Interference. My name is Jenna Durfee. Back in 2012, my family unknowingly moved across the street from my ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend's house. My ex, who I hadn't stopped thinking about since we broke up in 2010, whom I thought was my twin flame. I came outside from visiting my family and was standing outside across the street. I was sure I manifested this or that it was fate uniting us once again, It honestly felt like a cruel cosmic joke from the universe. We lived across the street for a year before speaking to each other. Flash forward to 2013, and this is when it started getting really weird. My brother passed away, and I had a premonition of his death. I'll get to this later. My ex decided that it's the right time to tell me he missed me and never wanted things to end between us the way that they did. He comes back into my life, and just kind of to dip out a few weeks and a few text messages later. Around the time he disappears again, I get a friend request of social media despite not having been active on it for years. The friend request? A man from Copenhagen, Denmark, under the guise of Alejandro No Name. He looks identical to my ex, and there were striking parallels between their lives at the time. I believe him to be one of my ex's doppelgangers. I've attached pictures of my ex and Mr. No Name. The resemblance is uncanny. So, he begins taunting me with posts. I message to inquire who he is, and he opens up dialogue by sending me a picture of 3 scars on his stomach from fights he had been in. Here's where I will lose some of you reading this. My brother knew how uncomfortable I was being across the street from that loser ex-boyfriend. So he mentioned one day that he had stabbed that kid 3 times. At the time, I knew it wasn't true and didn't address it. My brother was sick, and he would kind of black out sometimes. So the question is, why is a guy in another country taunting me? And why did he have scars from wounds that my brother mentioned were intended for my ex-boyfriend? What's going on here? I had an OBE with my brother before he passed away, to the point that he said I was in his room and, tapped him on the shoulder. I was awoken by him screaming. That's a story that I can expand if I'm asked, but it was also a premonition because I heard somebody grasping for breath before he awakened me, and with his yells. He overdosed in that room in the bed 2 weeks later. A light bulb shattered on the lamp in the room that he overdosed in a week after his death. I was in his room thinking about him, and as I approached the lamp to hit the switch, the light bulb shattered. I believe it to be residual or psychokinetic energy that caused it to shatter, but I'm more than open to other theories. I also had a premonition of my dad's death. I can explain upon that as well, if it were inquired of me. Paranormal or coincidence? I've been thinking about a scary situation that happened 6 days ago. Here it is. It was around 12 to 1 or midnight. Once I entered my room, I felt uncomfortable. The feeling I had was unusual, as I only had this feeling when something bad is happening. Like when I get those random intuition moments when my mind tells me something is going to happen and it really does. However, I stared at a misplaced pillow, which had been above the closet for weeks. I stared deeply and felt sucked into it, as if my eyes were zooming in and felt really strange. My mind was telling me that it was going to fall. It was like a voice was coming from my mind. But I tried to dismiss my thoughts and not care. Then I turned back to see a drawing of mine. It was a cat with big eyes. The eyes were as if they were moving. But I also tried to dismiss this thought and continue. I thought that I was tired and hallucinating. Then I looked at a bag that I had forgotten to take out, so I looked out for 3 seconds and went back to my room, and I couldn't believe what I saw. I've seen the pillow lying down far away from me from the closet. I got chills. I tried to explain it by putting it back to where it was and applying different theories on how it could have fallen. It was unbelievable, because it fell far away from the closet, and considering the height of the pillow and how it was fixed above the closet, those theories didn't make sense. There was no way it could have been a coincidence because it had been fixed up there for weeks. Once I've thought of it, it fell. So I thought it might be a ghost, but I really don't believe that ghosts can touch anything that belonged to humans. Or it might be my eyes that moved it. The situation's not the first, and among all past situations, this is the scariest. I'm not a fan of supernatural things, but we really don't know what's hidden there in the world. There are many things that we can't explain because we don't know everything. Weird experience in hospital waiting room. I was alone in the waiting room listening to music, waiting for my mother to arrive so that way we could go home. The waiting room is next to a staff-only corridor of some sort, and while I was waiting there I saw a bunch of nurses pushing an empty stretcher. 2 or 3 or 5 minutes later, they just come back running with a patient covered with a blanket. I guess he was dead. Shortly after this, approximately 20 seconds, my headphones crack and the music stops. Thought someone was calling me, like on the phone, because the music stops automatically when someone calls me. But nobody was calling me, so I just turned the music back on. 1 second after doing this, I start feeling cold, strong gusts of wind right on my face and my hands. So obviously I start looking for the air conditioner thinking, what the fuck are these people doing? It's so cold. On the side I was feeling the cold there was no air conditioning, just walls. But the weird thing was the wind didn't feel like the usual blow. It was like a targeted pressure. It didn't blend or extend, and after freaking out a little bit, it just stopped. I had a dream, and I don't know if it was a visitation or just part of my subconscious mind. My stepmom's mother died 15 years ago, and while she was definitely a presence in my life since I was a baby, I wouldn't say we were substantially close. Just normal childhood memories of her babysitting me or going over to her house for occasional dinners and holidays. She always had cute stories to tell me about growing up, and despite her being known as a sour, disagreeable woman, she always took a liking to me in my life and was always kind. I mention the nature of our relationship because I'm not sure we ever had the type of bond that would require her to visit me in the afterlife. I wasn't actually related to her, and I don't know, I just feel like why would she bother? She has actual grandchildren who, as far as I know, I've never seen her. After she passed, I had a dream that she was getting out of a car, and after I went to give her a hug, she collapsed in my arms. I woke up feeling that I was like a goodbye. Last night, after 15 years, I see her entire, like my line of vision, and I immediately know that she's there in my dream. Like I was shocked and surprised to see her because being a lucid dreamer, I was fully present and aware of what encounter was like and what it was supposed to mean. She didn't speak, but her presence was very vivid, and I just remembered thinking that she's there to tell me to get my shit together. I've been going through kind of a rough patch lately and haven't been on top of my game. I've been drinking more than I should and feeling really more stressed out than usual. I just remember experiencing an eerie sense of disbelief at seeing her and thinking, she's here to tell you to do better. The rest of my family and closest friends live in another country, so they aren't here to see if I'm okay. And surface level I am, so anybody to really know anything deep about me would have to be sort of omniscient. I woke up almost immediately after acknowledging her presence in the dream, and now I just don't know whether something like that is real or if it's really just a part of the imagination. Nothing recent has triggered any thought or memory of her, and it's not like I heard her name and then fell asleep and dreamt about her. I really had no reason to conjure up at random. How can we know what's real and what's all in our head? Good question. Have you ever looked at a complete stranger and felt an intense supernatural connection? This happens very rarely with me, but it first started when I was a young kid, in maybe the first grade. Now it is brief and fleeting, but can happen when making eye contact with someone in the subway or even standing behind a stranger while waiting in line somewhere. I'll look at a person and experience a surreal sensation almost to my core, like I knew them. Except it feels deeper than that. Sometimes it felt like we could have been lovers, but sometimes it feels more overbearing, kind of like they could have inflicted harm. I don't feel bad in their presence in the moment, but there's a squeamish feeling associated with the notion that there may be a power dynamic I'm unable to place. The feeling is both comforting and familiar, but almost uncomfortable because it's just too familiar. I label this experience as supernatural because there's no way I could have known these people in this lifetime. And the feeling lends a nervous vibration that extends the metaphysical. It feels both innate and otherworldly. I don't have any special abilities, I wish, and I can't communicate with ghosts. I would be too terrified to do it anyway, so... And as such, I haven't a clue what this sensation might mean. Has anyone else experienced anything like this or had a possible explanation? Doppelganger. This happened quite a few years back now, but it's something that's stuck with me and I can't even really wrap my head around it now. I was in high school at the time, and every day my mom would unlock the door for me to walk in, so it was quick and easy for me to just get in. I had came home from high school this one day, and I went to walk in, but the door seemed to be locked. So I tried the key in the door, and for some weird reason it wouldn't turn at all. So I knocked on the door multiple times. No answer. I knocked and still nothing, so I waited for a while until I knocked again. My mom had pulled open the door looking angry and confused, asking why I went back outside. I told her I couldn't get in and had been outside for the entire time. We sat down, began to talk about it, and this is where it gets a bit creepy. From her point of view, she had seen me walk in with my bag on the opposite shoulder, and my eyes were more blue than usual. They're usually green, but sometimes look blue. She told me I looked angry. She had a feeling as though she couldn't talk to me yet, as it seemed maybe I was having a bad day. I, in air quotes, walked off and disappeared into the room without talking. Then she heard me knocking and outside again with my bag on the usual shoulder, and my eyes were green. From my point of view, I was stuck outside and she couldn't hear me, but from hers, she had seen me already, and the strange thing, really, is that she couldn't hear me knock at all, and the door was not locked. She had pulled open the door with ease. Doppelganger? Creepy daycare experience. So this was probably in 2013. I was 6 years old. I couldn't tell if I was either at daycare or at my dad's, but I believe daycare. Everything around me was so colorful, like a rainbow, and toys which I didn't have at home. I remember sitting down on the floor watching old Disney movies and an old vintage TV with a few other kids. The daycare workers, I believed, were serving us food such as crackers and milk, and after that they sent us to bed, but in the same room. We were all sleeping on those foamed puzzled mats and blankets and pillows. My younger self at the time didn't want to sleep with a bunch of other kids I didn't know. I suffered severe social anxiety as a kid and didn't like playing or talking to other kids. I still do to this day. The daycare workers even put on soothing music to help us sleep using a radio player that they'd play old Disney music on as well. I remember they played The Lion Sleeps Tonight from The Lion King. The song quality comes from that radio sounds so horrible that the song was glitching and freezing. The lights were also turned off, which creeped the shit out of me, and I started to cry. I missed my dad and I wanted to go home. Continued to cry for like an hour or God knows what. I couldn't stop crying for how scared I felt. The song was also looped, which made it more scarier for me. All the kids that were in the same room as me were all asleep. I remember that there were also toys beside me as well, an old vintage dollhouse, vintage toys such as those old Fisher-Price, kind of ones, and I saw one of them moving in the corner of my eye. I remember one of them mocking my cries, like those toys when you say something and they repeat the same thing as you. Scared the shit out of me. My heart just dropped. I immediately stopped crying. I ended up throwing my pillow at the toys as I got up and crawled away from them. I then crawled over to a few kids that were asleep and laid beside them because I was scared shitless. I ended up falling asleep and walking up as all the kids got picked up by their parents and my dad. I didn't say anything to him about what happened because I was confused about the whole thing. I never got to go back to that daycare ever again, but I had older sisters that babysitted me now. I still remember this because this was probably my first ever paranormal experience, and it scared the shit out of me. My church is definitely haunted. Here are a few stories of the ghosts. Story context. My church was built in 1875, so it'll be 150 years old next year. Stop roasting me for accidentally saying 100. No problem. It's a big church and has 3 levels, but most paranormal activity happens on the top floor where the sanctuary and offices are. Directly off the sanctuary is a meeting and lunchroom. We call it the GPR room. The choir members wait to come out to service in the room, and all the committees meet there too. A lot of activity happens here. None of the ghosts truly like crowds, but my mother cleans the church, and I'll help her so often when I'm in the church with very few other living people. All this activity, plus other stories I'll share later, has happened in the last 3 years of going to this church. Story number 1, Whispering Man. In the GPR room, there's a male ghost who whispers in your ear, like directly into it. There's no warning, so he scares you any time, and his tone sounds confused, like he's asking a question. He'll repeat the question a minute or so later, and if you don't talk back to him, but the thing is, you can't understand the words as they're muffled, so you have to tell him, "Sorry, sir, can't understand you," and he'll repeat the question or leave. He only talks to you if you're alone in the GPR room, and only once did he speak to me when there was another person in the room. At least me, my mother, and my sister have experienced the Whispering Man. I've heard about him about 4 times now. Chatty Ladies, Story 2. In the sanctuary, there used to be 2 fancy green felted wooden chairs directly behind the altar. When the altar area was renovated, the green chairs were moved to a different area of the sanctuary. Sometimes I'd be here laughing, and, I would hear laughing, and a conversation would be coming from the area where the chairs were located in. It would sound like feminine voices, and I'd hear their voices and the pauses between. One lady would talk, another answering back to her. Sadly, again, their words were muffled, and the chairs were recently sold, so I haven't heard of them in a while. I'm the only one to have experienced them. Story number 3. The Little Girl. There's a little girl who probably is no older than 8, who is the only ghost that you can actually see. She wears a white dress from, I could tell from Googling dates back to the late 1800s and early 1900s. She had Shirley Temple curls, and she appeared like a physical person but was gray like a black and white movie. She often plays and giggles at the back of the sanctuary. But one night last fall, I was sitting in the GPR room practicing music for choir. I looked up in the doorway to the hallway because I thought I saw something, and I definitely did. The little girl was pinching the sides of her dress up so she didn't trip and twirling around and around, watching her dress catch the air and blow up against a giant smile on her face. I sat there watching her, smiled to myself. I was mesmerized by the pure joy she was having as the pianist played the song. The ghost girl looked up and saw me watching her, and just as quickly as I noticed her, she suddenly vanished with the blink of an eye. My mother and sister have heard her giggle, and my friend saw her, and we think, more of a swoosh of her dress as she went running across the back of the sanctuary where she plays. Gran has saved my life multiple times. So I've had a couple of incidents in my life, and these popped into my head today because, while grocery shopping, I passed a woman wearing Aquanet hairspray. It's like a smell I associate with my grandma. So my gran passed a month before I turned 16. She was my rock and helped raise me. She lived 900 feet down the road from us. I spent as much time at her house as I did at home. I was devastated when she passed. But throughout my life, she's been about, still looking after me. The first time was when I was 18. I was at a friend's house. There were 5 other people that night, and me, my 2 best friends, the parents, and younger brother. We'd stayed up talking about graduation and our summer plans, when suddenly we all heard Gran's voice. "Girls, there's a fire!" Her room was in the walkout basement, and we all kind of looked at each other like, "You heard that, right?" Well, it came again, only louder. "Girls, there's a fire!" We both bolt out the door, and the stairs are full of smoke. So out the door we go, screaming for her parents and brother. We run around to the front and start pounding on windows. The whole kitchen area was engulfed in flames. We got our family out, and a neighbor called the fire department. The second time I was in my early 20s and living in the Rockies. I was camping with my then significant other in Medicine Bow National Forest. We were doing backcountry, so not in one of the campgrounds. Beautiful, clear night. I wake up horrified and confused. That's when I suddenly hear softly, "Leave now, pack out." I sit up and listen. I hear normal night sounds, and I kind of shake it off as a dream and lay back down. Suddenly, Grant's yelling, "Pack out!" My significant other sits bolt upright. "Who's yelling?" I'm like, my Gran." He's like, "Huh?" And there she is again. "Go now!" We sit there wide-eyed for a minute when he says, "Time to go." He was indigenous and, wasn't messing about. We dropped camp, packed up, and hiked down to the truck. The next afternoon, we went into the ranger station to pull out our names off the book when we found out a couple about half a mile from where we were camping were struck by lightning in their tent the night before. The third time wasn't as life or death as the others, but it was still something that saved me. I was 25, and the significant other from the previous story had become my husband. When just after our small human was born, that's a weird way to say that, he passed away unexpectedly. Sorry. I was a widow with a newborn. I was devastated and lost and just kind of existed. My baby was the only thing I had anymore. I moved back home to have help, and I couldn't have stayed in the place I'd lost my husband. You lost your baby or your husband? I'm a little bit confused. I'd been home for a few months, but I was very depressed and had postpartum issues too. And I went to work, cared for my son, and slept. I didn't want to be anywhere near my baby, but one night I was sitting on the back porch rocking the baby, watching it rain. Suddenly I felt someone sit on the swing with me. I could smell her Aquanet and lotion and the smell of her fresh cup of coffee, and then I felt a hand on my knee. He's fine, sweetheart. Your man's getting on with the house fire with your uncle and pawpaw. He wanted you to heal, to be yourself again. I was like the other times. I didn't physically hear her. It was more in my head. But it was a turning point for me. I got myself into therapy, and it wasn't a quick fix, but I learned how to deal with my grief. When I met my current significant other, my baby was 7. We were friends first, and I still wasn't sure I wanted to even have a partner again until I was packing to move and found a box of Gran's letters and such. One was a letter she had wrote to Pawpaw after he had passed. She promised him that she wouldn't waste away without him, that even though they had loved each other, she wouldn't lock up her heart if somebody special came along. So she helped me decide that he was worth risking my heart again. The most recent was a bit over a decade ago, and I was pregnant for a second small human. A baby. I worked a closing shift. I was on my way home at about 10:30 p.m. Dark country, 2-lane blacktop road with cornfields on both sides. Had the top off of my Jeep, because it was a mild September night and I was 7 months pregnant. I wasn't going fast, probably 50 miles an hour, and as I was coming up to an intersection where the crossroad had to stop, the smell of cornfields was suddenly gone. Instead, I smelled Aquanet and my Gran's lotion, almost overwhelmingly so. Then, clear as a bell, her voice said, "Stop." I slapped the brakes, sliding to a stop, stalling out as a full-sized truck blows through the intersection at 20 feet in front of me. The smell got even stronger for a brief moment before it was gone. I was so shaken up it took me 3 tries to start my Jeep. Those are the ones that really make me believe that the other side isn't as far away as we think. Boyfriend and I had supernatural experience at the same time. So my boyfriend and I went to an exhibit on the supernatural at our local art museum. Some of it was really cool with beautiful paintings of angels. And some exhibits there were creepy as fuck, like real voodoo dolls, ghosts caught on film, etc. After the show we got home and there was just a general bad vibe. We ended up getting in an argument and sleeping in separate rooms. Middle of the night at like 3 a.m., I woke with a start from a nightmare that a man with a knife was banging on the door, then burst in to come kill me. Heart racing, I popped up and rushed to the door, and I had the immediate urge to lock it. My hand was on the doorknob when logic kicked in. Don't lock the door, it was just a dream. I didn't want my boyfriend to think I was being passive-aggressive, locking him out of the bedroom. So I took a few deep breaths to collect myself, decided not to lock the door, and was in 2 steps from the bed when my boyfriend then burst into the room, scaring the living shit out of me. He was more frantic than I've ever seen him. "What is it? What's the matter?" "What? I'm fine." He was so distraught that his knees literally buckled, and then he said, "I heard you screaming, and it sounded like you were getting attacked." I've screamed in my sleep before, but it's always woken me up. I remember doing that in this instance. Also, the timing of it. I had already been awake long enough to walk across the room and back. Then, as an added creep factor, I noticed that the door had a long crack from the handle down to the side of the part that fits into the jamb. At some point, the door had been locked and forced open, then repaired. who knows what it was. Something creepy followed us from the event. Some remnant of something that had happened before in the room. Amnesia of sleep screaming? Pure coincidence. I'll leave it up for you to decide. But after, we definitely slept in the same bed the rest of the night. Nothing like that threat of murder for instant reconciliation. My only legit encounter. A few years ago, I went to go hang out with my friends. While the girlfriend was at work, her boyfriend picked me up with her kid, James. He's important. Once Dude and I arrive at the apartment, it's just the three of us. We're pretty much waiting for the other friend to come home. Now, as the night comes and dinner is over, getting James ready for his bath, I decide to stick around instead of being alone in the bedroom. So I'm in James's room just monitoring the dude, giving his kid a bath, and James looks at me and claims there's someone behind me when there isn't. So, dude isn't the father, but they believe that James' bio-father had passed and somewhat haunted the place. I don't see anyone behind me, but I do feel their presence, and James just keeps pointing behind me. So a little freaked out, I just join them in the bathroom and hang out. I don't remember much else. Although the main part that happened that night is when Dude and I were reading to James for bed. I sat in the middle and just helped him read, and the dude sat next to me watching the whole thing. So three of us are on the bed. No one else is in the house. They only have one car, and as I'm reading, James looks toward his closet and he points again, stating that someone is coming out of it. I can't see anything, and I'm just staring at Dude like, what the hell? James still goes as he's claiming and comes out. He's going toward the door. The room is quiet and we're kind of waiting on something. Before I frickin' know it, there were just 3 faint knocks on the door. They were like 4 or 5 feet away from it. So this guy's close. And I was so scared hearing that coming out of nowhere. I didn't care if Dude had a girlfriend. I was not gonna let it see my face anymore. I just hid in it and hid in the shoulders. Eventually, I guess needing to pick up his girl, Dude walked me out. I reminded him, those 3 knocks could have been the mock of the Trinity. And all I got in response was, don't say that. But yeah, anyway, pretty freaky. I'm sure there's worse cases. Why am I the only one the spirit bothers? I've lived in my apartment building for about 5 years now with my fiancé and his son. The building is old, originally built in the 1920s. What I cannot explain is why I, the only female in the house, am the only person who experiences anything paranormal. My fiancé works midnights, so I'm home with just my stepson at night. The activities only ever really occurred in her bedroom. I will feel someone come and sit down on the bed and start to pet my hair, and trust me, I'm not sleeping. It's happened far too many times over the past 5 years. I've heard things rattling in her closet, whispering in my ear to wake me up. Another bonus is my 2 cats go frickin' bonkers in our bedroom, completely spaz out, hissing at the closet of our bed and staring at a single corner for over long periods of time. I don't know, the spirit whom I've nicknamed Mr. Ghost, more of a self-comforting thing, only comes out to bug me when I'm alone in my bedroom. I've stayed at my mom's house for a month and to help her after a serious surgery and had no paranormal experiences, only in the bedroom at my apartment. So my question is it normal for a spirit to be more forthcoming to a specific person? Why is the spirit only bothering me? Ask Reddit. When I was in college, I used to stay at my buddy's house, and I would come to town on the weekends to see my girlfriend. He would always tell me odd stories about the guy who used to live in the house before him. Wrapped up in drugs, in and out of jail for numerous different things, and just an overall very odd fella, top it all off. And anyway, there was a kind of shed connected to the side of the house where there was a bunch of boxes of the previous person's belongings that were left behind. That's when the guy went to jail the last time. I was bored one day at the house doing some cleaning and found myself going through these boxes. There were files upon files of court documents from every time this guy had been locked up. I was probably doing a little more snooping than I'm proud to admit, but hey, I wanted to know what this guy's background was like, and the court documents sucked me in. As I'm browsing through the many manila envelopes, I came across one that was clearly labeled as witchcraft, with a bunch of weird notes and phrases scribbled all over it too. I opened it, pulled out a huge stack of papers that were all photocopies of what looked like a very old book about witchcraft. My buddy had just gotten off work and walked through the door around the same time I stumbled across this witchcraft envelope. He lets his dog outside quick, and when he comes back in, I start showing him the super creepy witchcraft envelope that I stumbled upon. I look back into the now empty manila envelope and I see that there's a crumpled up piece of paper in the very bottom. Pull it out, uncrumple it, and it's like an older newspaper clipping of a Target ad. The only thing on the ad was a picture of a polar bear, a Target store logo, and the phrase "Dig Out" written in big bold red letters. It was at this very moment I knew I fucked up. I looked at it for a moment in awe, hold it up and turned it around for my buddy to look at. And at that very moment, his dog started barking louder and meaner than I'd ever heard her bark before. Her eyes were locked on a certain spot up by the ceiling, and she would not calm down. Hair standing up on her back, growling, barking, whole works. I immediately threw every single piece of paper back in the envelope, put the envelope back in the box, and put the box back right where I found it. The dog started to calm down once the papers were back in the envelope. Even my buddy said that he had never seen his dog react to anything that way before. It was without a doubt the creepiest, spookiest thing that has ever happened to me. I couldn't help but think that there was a specific reason the guy put that newspaper clipping in the bottom of his witchcraft envelope. As if it were to never be dug out and went through. I can still see that newspaper ad in my head today with the big red bold letters saying "Dig Out." Super sketchy. I should have known better than to dig that stuff out and go through it. What did I saw? Otherwise known as what did I see? Or what is it that I saw? When I was around 12 or 13, I went out with my friend in the evening. She was the same age, and after a few hours, my mom called me to go home, so I had to hurry. I chose a shorter path, which I usually wouldn't because it's a dark street with few lights. But to be honest, I always had goosebumps from that street, but I had to be home in time. I was fast walking, so I was like a few steps ahead of my friend, and then I had a feeling that somebody's watching me. I looked beside me and I saw something which I will never forget. There was a school next to me when I saw a man without a head. Was sitting on a bench wearing a black suit, and it was huge with long legs. Doesn't even have a neck, only shoulders. Although the entity doesn't have a head, I felt his gaze on me. I wasn't able to move or talk, only to stare at him. It felt like minutes, but it was only a few seconds. When I heard my friend calling me, I started to run without a word when I noticed she's not following me. I looked back and she was staring at the thing. I screamed at her to run and she followed. Thank God. We were running for our lives without a word. That's when we were in front of my house. I asked her what she saw, and her reply was, "A man without a head." She saw exactly the same thing as me. Next day we visited the school and there was no bench there. We're 22 by now and we still don't know what did we saw at that night. Ask Reddit. Obligatory not at night nor long haul trucker. I took a road trip with my parents and my partner. Took it out west, Tulsa to the Grand Canyon, almost exactly 2 years ago. We took I-40 west and didn't have any road stories to tell other than my dad's shock at how bad Tucumcari had gotten since he was last there. On the way back, we took 412. That's a straight shot from the Grand Canyon to home. I have 2 creepy stories from that ride. The less creepy story happened just east of the Navajo Reservation in New Mexico. That was after we drove over the highest part of our trip. I want to say some 1,200 feet. It had been plowed just a day earlier. The snow was easily twice as high as the car at the saddle of the pass. Coming down, we drove past a gate to the farm, and there had a few lynched effigies out in front, and a sign that was old enough that you couldn't read it. It was the only sign of a human habitation, and we had only seen this after hours, excluding the road, of course. Pretty creepy, especially given that the whole sort of ensemble had clearly been there for quite a long time. The creepier story happened in Arizona on the reservation itself. We came over a hill to a long stretch of pretty straight highway and saw a man walking on it pretty far out. He was wobbling around and into the road, a simple no-shoulder, 1 lane per side strip of asphalt. As we got closer, it appeared he wasn't really wobbling. Then, when we got pretty close, it became obvious that he was throwing broken glass into the highway. We slowed down from about 90 to about 35, just to avoid him. He lunged at the car as we passed. The eastbound lane glistened with bottle debris. We got it there as fast as we could, but the creepiest part is where this happened. It was roughly noon in the middle of a high desert, and a minimum of 15 minutes of driving at 90 to 100 miles per hour, if not 30 minutes. Either way from the nearest building with no side roads or dirt paths of any kind branching off. He had clearly walked all. Some paranormal things I've experienced. To start off, I lived in an old house and it was built around the 1940s, but it's been renovated many times in the past 18 years. There was an older woman who lived here before us, but I'm not exactly sure if she died here. If she did, then that might explain things. First time I experienced something odd was when I was around 7 or 9 years old, maybe. It was Christmas, and I was laying on the floor in our living room with my family. I looked up and saw a figure staring into the room through the window. Our front door leads to our living room, and we have a light just outside the front door. The light was turned on, and I could see the figure looking in with a smile. It also had dark eyes. I was really scared and kept staring back at it, but none of my family members could see it. This happened maybe a couple of years back when I was home alone and with my sister. We were in the living room again and heard steps coming from the stairs that sounded exactly like our dad's steps. But there wasn't anybody else in the house, and it was probably 3 or 4 steps that we heard. My sisters told me that she heard steps coming from upstairs before. My newest experience happened a few weeks back when I was upstairs in our bedroom playing my sister's piano with the door open. We have vinyl flooring in the upstairs rooms, which basically makes the floor kind of slippery and hard, if that makes sense. We can hear when something moves against it easily due to how hard the flooring is. So when I was playing, I started to hear this noise as if someone was scratching the floor. We didn't have any windows open at the time, and we don't have mice in our house during summers. I shook it off, but I kept hearing it, and eventually got too creeped out to keep playing and went downstairs. I was also home alone at the time, and the noise came from the next room for sure. Ultra high definition hyper real ghost. When I was about 16 years old, around 1989, I was in my bedroom trying to fall asleep in bed. I could only toss and turn, and out of nowhere I spotted a pair of shoes and legs on the wall adjacent to my bed. So I did a double take, and to my horror, there's an old man suspended against the wall. His back rested against the ceiling. The exceptional thing about this ghost was his exquisite detail. He was an elderly-looking gentleman wearing a three-piece suit. His hands were clasped and rested on his lap. I could make out the textures of the fabric in his clothing, the texture of his shoes, his skin, his hair. He looked perfectly real, or even hyper-real, except for the fact that he was completely white. Everything about him the same shade of white, clothing and skin and hair with a tinge of blue that emphasized his texture detail. Almost as if he was carved from chalk that illuminated a sort of luminescence. However, the light did not radiate on other surfaces around him as normal light sources do. He didn't move. He was like a statue, a terrifying, out-of-place, mind-melding statue. My heart rate was very high, and I was completely petrified. My adrenaline was pumping at full force, yet I was having trouble accepting what my eyes were showing me. So I turned my head to look away, and then turned to look again because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. When I looked back, he was still there, not moving, and I was too afraid to move. I stared at him for a while and finally had to retreat my gaze. I closed my eyes and looked away and didn't look again. I lay in bed for hours, terrified with my covers over my head. Eventually, I fell asleep. I guess I convinced myself that this man was in my head in order to cope. I wasn't doing any drugs or alcohol, and I have no history of night terrors or schizophrenia. But after that night, I never saw him again. But to this day, I'll never forget that night. Although I've had other supernatural experiences that involve objects suddenly moving, bizarre premonitions that can come true. I've heard other ghost stories and seen strange videos on YouTube, and I've never seen or heard of a story where a ghost had this sort of extreme high-definition detail. Every other ghost story is a dark figure or some blobby image. Or sometimes it doesn't even resemble a human at all, so I'm left wondering if perhaps this was an angel. Dreams of my deceased brother. My older brother passed away 9 years ago. I was the one who found him. Last night I dreamt of him again. There have been periods spanning months when I dream of him nearly every night. I notice when I'm stressed, he comes more often. The dreams sometimes don't feel like dreams, they feel like visitations. There's moments in these dreams where I come in and out of consciousness, even the ones that aren't lucid. I still feel the pain in my chest, the sadness that he'll leave. I'm always trying to please him, to get him to stay, and I hug him and I feel like crying, even when I'm not conscious that I'm dreaming or that he's gone in real life. Sometimes he's just floating in the background like an extra in a movie, and I don't realize he's there until I wake up. Sometimes they will begin as normal dreams, but the pain of losing him, the dread I feel keeping him near me, it's what wakes me up in general. Then we lock eyes and and it introduces itself and hangs in the air between us. The knowledge that he's gone and this is a visitation. Once this happens, we become quiet and a sadness overtakes the space. He never smiles in my dreams. He's always so somber and sad. I used to believe dreams were just from your subconscious mind, and I dream of him a lot because I always miss him. But something inside me is telling me this is different. I shouldn't be seeing him so frequently. It's like he's trying to tell me something, like his soul is stuck here in that plane and he needs me to free him. In my dreams, he never smiles. He's sad, somber, and quiet. It's almost like he's counting on me to wake up in my dreams so we can talk. When I don't, he's disappointed. I feel like I'm going insane. Okay, this is a throwaway account because my friends know my actual account and I'd rather not have them think I'm crazy. I just wanted to share my story. I posted this on another one, but I wanted to find all the help I could. Okay, so I always felt like I'm being followed or watched and so forth. And I've been told by those who are more close to the realm of the unnamed that, I've got a bad aura following me. I mean, I'm skeptical because that's crazy, but I've always had bad luck, and not enough to be followed by spirits, but recently something's been calling my name in my family's voices, and that's when I swear up and down that they didn't call me. I've been having these dreams of people I don't know, and not to mention things in my room move where I haven't placed them. And then it's like I'm being pushed. We have steep stairs into the basement. I was carrying a laundry basket down, and I was about halfway down, and it felt like I was shoved. I ended up having an awkward angle at the bottom of the stairs with my basket on top of me. My right leg ended up being dislocated from ankle down. I just feel this hatred that I don't know where it's from, and one of my friends who's a pagan made this weird little jar for me, saying it would keep me safe. I honestly wanted anything to fix the issue, so I took it. He told me to place it anywhere in the room and it'd be fine. The next morning it was shattered on my floor. I don't have wood floors, I have pretty soft carpet, so it confused me because it was shattered. I don't know what to do anymore and I'm getting paranoid, and I'm also resorting to strangers on the internet. Does anybody know what this is? The Newby Church Ghost. Photo and history of the church, and photo. I have always been interested in ghost photos, and over 30 years ago when I was 9, I saw the famous Newby Church photo for the first time. I never found the photo scary, just weird as the book said it was supposed to be a monk. But when did he have this face covering? I also found it very strange that the book said he was 9 feet tall. I visited Newby Church around 10 or 11 years ago, and I took a photo myself on the second visit. I carefully recreated the Reverend's original photo, and turned out the ghost wasn't 9 feet tall, but only around 6'3". What I've always found strange is how the church was only built in the 1870s, but the ghost is clearly standing on the altar steps. No church or other building was on the site before. I did research. I'd seen a lot of comments online about how the robe appears to be draped over the altar step. But if you look closely, this appears to be a spill or a stain on the negative. There are a few uneven marks at the bottom of this shape. Also, the stain extends to near the ghost's waist. You can see a cone shape in front of the figure. If this ghost is real, then why has no one ever seen or photographed it? I've seen a photo of the altar from the 1890s that doesn't show anything. It's been suggested that the ghost might be a medieval leper, which explains the face covering, and also the deformed left shoulder. He could be standing on what was an open space in his time period, as the ground level would have dropped when the excavations were done for the church. Greetings from the realm of the unexplained. Join us at Paranormal M as we unravel the mysteries of the paranormal world. Hit that like button and never miss out on our spine-chilling narratives. Strange experience I can't get out of my head. I have this paranormal experience that happened to me about 2 to 3 years ago. I've never been able to shake it out of my mind. I started thinking about it again today and wanted to get some insight on people who know a thing or two about the paranormal. So now I'm here. I was at a PTO meeting at my old school. I was bored, and the only other kid there was an older girl that I'm not really friends with. So I decided to leave the cafeteria and wander around the school. Once I reached the second floor, I started walking down the hallway towards the library. Then I heard a voice. It sounded like a child's. It was coming from the library. It made some weird noise that went like, "Ew." That's an abbreviation, but that's what they wrote. Really glad I was recording so I could capture that. I was a bit startled, but I was really curious as to what that noise could be. The library doors were locked and the lights were off. No one was in there, and nobody was even on that floor except a janitor way down another hallway. I started to walk towards the library in curiosity. I then saw an all-white hand slap the window from the inside. Really mad my camera was on me, so I didn't get that on that video. Does anybody have a clue what that thing in the library could have been? Shadow People Experience. I'm 29 years old, and I'm a quadriplegic. I'm wheelchair-bound due to an accident when I was 14. This left me paralyzed with no feeling or movement below my nipples. After years of consideration to make my life easier and more stress-free, I decided to get a colostomy. Made the most sense for me to do to make, the ease of life easier. For this surgery, I would need to do 48 hours of a fast before the colonoscopy. And the next day, I'd have my colostomy. And I could still not really have any food up until that surgery. I roughly went 4 days without eating. Day of the surgery. Very thick, foggy weather. Besides my surgery getting pushed back 3 hours, the surgery went well, and when I awoke, it was conscious, and everything went as planned. I would need to be hospitalized that evening, and the next day, possibility maybe a third, depending on how the nurses felt, but... That night, as my day winded down and my visitors would leave, I would spend the evening watching TV on my phone until I got tired enough to try to fall asleep. I can't feel that part of my body, so I wasn't in any pain, but they were giving me small doses of a pain medicine called Dilaudid, just to keep me comfortable and help me get some sleep. My room was dark with just the lights from my IV machine and the crack of the blinds from my window illuminating the room from the parking lot streetlights from the hospital. I would have some trouble sleeping that night, mostly feeling like I would sleep 5 or 10 minutes and then suddenly just awaken. But then I would quickly fall back asleep, just for the same process to happen again and again. This would go on until about 3 a.m. I would eventually fall asleep once again, but then I suddenly awoke, but this time it felt like I was awakened for a purpose, or I was being watched. The visit. When I woke up lying in my hospital bed, something out of my right peripheral caught my attention. I would turn my head to the right and see a very tall, and I mean at least 10 feet tall, like a silhouette sitting on the hospital chair next to my window. Sitting down, this figure was so tall its head was almost hitting the ceiling. I would close my eyes and reopen them as if to make my vision clear, as I didn't know what I was looking at. After doing that, The tall, dark figure was still sitting there, and it seemed like he was looking at me, although he had no eyes or facial features. Oddly enough, I wasn't scared, nor did I feel uncomfortable. Almost quite the opposite, as it almost seemed like it was there to comfort me. I would look at the figure and say, "Hello?" And in the fraction of a second, almost as if I had missed him making a move, he was standing at the side of my bed. He was towering over me, looking down. It's at this point when I almost skip time. And the next thing you know, I'm laying flat on my back, still in a room that's completely white with no walls. No source of light, but very well illuminated. It seemed like I was laying on a piece of maybe hard rock, something similar to granite. When I look up now, there's two black figures, both the same size with the same body structure. What was weird is I felt I knew, which one had taken me to this new place and what one I had not had any confrontation with as of yet. At this point, I'm still very calm and not scared. I don't feel any harm will be done to me, per se. And as I'm lying there, I turn to the first figure and ask him, "Is everything okay?" He responded with a simple yes, followed by a second figure saying to me, "We are just mending you." Then the first figure will pull a silver dome with bright shining lights beaming down over the top of my head. This is where I have my second lapse in time until this dome is pulled away from my face. Once I awaken, I turn to the first figure who I felt I had a better connection with, or possibly just felt like that's who I should be speaking to. I asked him, "What was the purpose of this?" He doesn't answer, but the second figure turns toward me and says, "It's that you have a new purpose." This is where my third lapse of time happens, and I'm floating through the foggy air from outside through my hospital window back into my bed. Almost as soon as I was back in my bed, I was asleep. I would then sleep until 8:30 in the morning. And immediately when I woke up, this is the first thing I thought about. It felt so real, nothing like any dream I've ever had, and I can recall every part of this experience. Immediately, I would Google the definition of mending, a word which I would almost likely never use in my life. Definition: to repair something that is broken or damaged, or return to health or heal. Improve an unpleasant situation. After that, I would call my wife and tell her the story of what I called being abducted by shadow people. Both of us are really confused on what the meaning of this was, but we both feel it was real and not a dream. I also don't believe it was a hallucination based on the pain medicine I was on, as it was such a low dose and I remember it so vividly. The figures. Both of them were very tall, at least 10 feet, and both were pitch black with no human features I could distinguish, other than the shape of their body, although I do remember seeing no fingers or nose or any facial features for that matter. It was more or less just a shadow. I don't necessarily know if they talked back to me or if I heard their voice telepathically, mainly because there was no mouth. As I stated before, they didn't scare me and really make me uncomfortable, and in fact almost felt like I was in a bliss of comfort when I was around them. For some reason, I do feel like the second figure was in charge, or the boss, mainly because he seemed to answer for the first figure certain questions, and it seemed like he was leading the process. As I stated before, I never saw them walk toward me or necessarily move other than turn their body. It almost seemed like the silver dome wasn't even pulled down over my head by an arm or anything. Both of their voices were different, but both very monotone. Aftermath. Since having this experience, I have not seen the shadow figures anymore, but the memory is still very strong and vivid in my mind, almost as if I'm, never going to forget it. At the time of writing this, it's now been a little over 2 months since it happened. My wife recommended I just post it on here to see if anybody else has had any similar situations, or maybe be able to make light of what it is that happened. I did tell my nurse later that day about my experience, and she just said that, well, that's creepy, that most people don't hallucinate off of that pain medicine, especially at the dose I was given. Overall, it wasn't a bad experience. I actually really feel good about it. And as I stated before, I was not scared or uncomfortable at any moment. What's the scariest experience you've ever had? I lost my father in 2021. He passed away at age 56. He worked at a factory where they made paint. Due to his field, he developed scar tissue in his lungs. He had pulmonary fibrosis. We fought for 5 years, but during COVID he got bronchitis and passed away. Shortly after his passing, I dreamed of my dad one time prior to this time. He was laying on his bed smiling with a thumbs up. When he appeared to me, he didn't say anything. It was more like a feeling that I knew it was him. He looked so young and he glowed. Not in a movie or cartoon way, but in an out-of-this-world kind of way. I ended up crying in my sleep and my mom woke me up. I was sobbing. After that time, I dreamed of him again, about a year later. This time it was different. I remember my living room, and my dad had his lazy boy recliner in the corner of the living room, and that recliner was his sanctuary. He spent most of his time in that chair. I remember seeing my dad rocking in his chair with his oxygen tank right next to him. That's because of his pulmonary fibrosis. He has a very distinct cough. In my dream, my dad was weak and sick, and he was rocking back and forth and coughing as I got closer. And his cough got more exaggerated until it eventually turned into an evil, loud laugh. I also remember saying, "You're not my dad," and trying to wake up. Then I realized I was stuck. I had sleep paralysis. My mom was laying next to me, and it was really hard on her losing my dad, but for the first year, I moved in with her and slept with her because she hadn't slept alone in over 30 years. My mom felt somebody get on the bed, but obviously there was nothing there, so out of fear, she woke me up. When she did wake me up, she was terrified. She said she felt and saw the imprint of something climbing on the bed. Residual ghost. It's 2003. I'm a preteen in a small town in Southern America. In these times, there wasn't much to do but to watch Disney Channel and chat on our family desktop computer. Luckily, there was dial-up internet. If I close my eyes, I can still hear the... We all slept pretty early in those times, and I remember being in bed by 9 most nights. On this particular night, I remember the air feeling a bit thick. The best way I could describe it would be almost like a sense of urgency. So I remember rushing to my room to get to bed. Most nights, my younger sisters would sneak in bed with me, but this time I made sure to lock my door, got in bed and fell asleep, and the next thing I know, I'm being awoken by a party. The party I heard sounded like it was coming from our family room that was connected to the hallway that leads to our rooms. I remember hearing multiple voices and music. I heard glasses and steps like dancing. Growing up, my dad enjoyed a good bar, but It wasn't uncommon that he got home around this time and put the TV on in the living room too loud. I was mad because I felt my dad was being inconsiderate, so I jumped out of bed and opened my door aggressively and fast. And I opened it to silence. Everything stopped. Lights were off, everyone in bed. Nothing out of place. Just silence. I quickly got my sisters and, well, we head to my room and go to bed. I'm originally from California. My entire family resides in Los Angeles. Unfortunately or fortunately, we moved when I was about 2 to a small town in Texas. So as I like to flex, I'm Cali-made, Texas-raised. Although some of my father's siblings moved in with us due to better job opportunities, we still made frequent visits and often spent a majority of our summers on the West Coast. It was always an adventure every time we went down to visit. Some of the most bizarre experiences in my young adult life from my summers down in Cali. There's one memorable moment that's always stood out to me and my cousins. It's one of our staple memories that we all often discuss and now as adults try to figure out. One summer when I was about 11 or 12, me and my cousins spent most of the days outside my grandmother's house. She lived next to an apartment complex in Lawndale, California. Being bored, we always, the beginning of many great adventures, this happens. And on this particular afternoon, me and my cousins decided to play Charmed. It was a bunch of us girl cousins that played witches with powers, and our boy cousins would be the demons. Sounds silly, but it was like tag, but in teams and make-believe powers. As we played, we saw a little girl above looking at us. She had blonde, short, curly hair, and she was in a nightgown. She stared at us with this uneasy grin and what I can only describe as a loud stare. She was standing near a rail on the 3rd floor. I say a loud stare because when I got uncomfortable and broke eye contact, I looked back and all of my cousins were just glazing up at her, almost mesmerized. It's also important to note that I was the second oldest in this group of 12 to 6-year-olds. For some reason it felt wrong and I yelled out, "Hey!" They all looked at me. I knew something was wrong because my little cousins didn't speak or react. The apartment complex was open and exposed to the outside from my grandma's backyard. I could see the 2nd and 3rd floor and all the doors that lead to that apartment. When we turned around, the girl was on the 2nd floor closer to us. Me and my older cousin shared a look of despair. We knew something was off at the moment, but we didn't question how she moved so quickly. We didn't want to scare the kids. She still had the same stare and look on her face, and without breaking her grin, she almost asked if she could play with us. Me and my older cousin told her no, and we both, for some rude reason, cussed her out. I should also mention that I'm Mexican-American, and in our culture, we're taught to curse out the bad spirits. I think me and my older cousin knew something wasn't human about her. The energy felt heavy, and at this point, my younger cousin seemed frozen in fear. Immediately after we cussed her out, we had a blackout. They're pretty common in LA. It wasn't the first time we'd experienced a blackout. But what happened next was unexplainable. When we looked back at the young girl, she was walking on the utility pole electric wire. We could see her squared over almost like an owl, and she stared at us and continued to stand up and walk away. We all ran inside, and shortly after, the lights came back on. We never saw that little girl again. My grandmother had several friends who lived at that apartment complex, and no one knew who or what apartment she came from. She simply was never seen again. Lucid sleep paralysis, interdimensional being. So I was sleeping. I think I got stuck in between being asleep and being awake. thought I woke up. I thought I was awake. I tried to get up, but I couldn't move. I've had sleep paralysis before, but this time was different. This time I was 100% conscious and lucid. I wasn't scared. I just laid there. And I just remembered thinking about how long is this going to be like this time. And so after a few minutes, I tried to get up again, and I realized that I can move my arms all over my body parts, but not. Well, imagine phantom limb syndrome, but the difference is I don't have any missing limbs. So I could move everything, but my real body wasn't moving at all. I can move all of my limbs out of my body except for my head. I cannot remove my head from the pillow like I was able to move my arms and legs out of my body. Except for my head. And I can't remove my head from the pillows like I was able to move my arms and legs out of my body. And the strangest thing out of all of this experience really is that I could see my hands when I moved them, while my real arms and hands remained motionless on my body. So I'm literally waving my arms around and I could see them, but they were transparent. Now I'm thinking, am I fucking dead? Because only when I moved and waved my arms and hands around, I can see them, but when I was still, they disappeared. They went from transparent to gone. My knees were up in the air and my feet were on the bed with the rest of my body with the blanket on me from the waist down. I had my iPad with a case that had a stand on it. It was placed on my stomach where I originally fell asleep. During all this, I grabbed my iPad and put it next to me. I felt like the case closed together in the back and I heard it close. I watched myself do it, but it felt lighter. And it was like I took the soul out of my iPad or vice versa because it was also transparent, at least when I grabbed it and placed it next to me. I did that 2 more times and my real iPad remained on my stomach. Only when I moved my hands and arms I could see them, and when I stopped they were invisible completely. So I'm laying there like 10 minutes goes by and I started to get bored, I guess, and I wanted to move my hands around again. I wanted to watch what was happening. I wanted to experiment. So I started to touch my face and it felt squishy and just weird, and the next thing I did was I interlocked my fingers like I would crack all my fingers. The moment I did that, something big crawled from my right shoulder across my body and bit onto my hand. It didn't hurt bad, but I felt it. It felt like needle teeth like a cat, and it stayed on biting into me. When it ran across my body, it's when I could see it. It was humanoid, but moved like a primate. It had long, very skinny arms and ran like a monkey, like on its knees next to its shoulders like. This part happened in a matter of seconds, mind you. So when it bit down, it was for like 19 seconds, which is pretty long because I couldn't move my head. I could only move my arms, and they were only my spirit arms, you could say. I have this reminder, while I'm reading this, that it definitely wasn't a dream. I was 100% conscious and lucid. Couldn't move my physical body, though. I was thinking and looking around for 15 to 20 minutes before this happened. For some reason, I have no idea why I did this, but I reached with my other hand and I grabbed the back of its head, and it felt like short hair, like a pit bull, like a scruff of the back of a dog's neck. I saw it look at me. It had dark holes where its eyes should have been. I don't know if there were eyes there or not, because it was only for a split second and I let it go, and I watched it run behind my legs and then peek around my legs and looked at me. And then when it stopped moving, of course it disappeared, because when it moved I could see it. After that I just broke out of paralysis, and I can still feel the bite on my hand for like 15 minutes. I was so like, what the fuck just happened? Weird UFO and unexplained experience in Hatch, Utah. A few months back, my wife posted this story of our experience, but it made her uneasy, so she removed it. I, however, don't mind discussing it, and I would encourage discussion to help understand the situation. Back in August of 2023, we were staying at an Airbnb in Hatch, Utah. This place didn't have any air conditioning considering the elevation of Hatch, and the temperature was pretty comfortable. This will be relevant later. On the first night, my wife and I were out stargazing since the sky was devoid of light pollution and clouds. I had my GoPro set up and my phone taking photos. We were just staring up, enjoying the stars. That's when my wife pointed out to me what appeared to be a single small satellite floating across the sky. As we were looking at it, however, it multiplied into 3 lights in a triangle shape. It continued to expand in the same manner until there were about 7 lights in a larger triangle pattern. That in and of itself is pretty weird, but what really was just bizarre was the sky was visible within that triangle shape more or less froze like a screenshot. And then after, that section of sky was moving with the triangular while the rest of the sky around it was stationary. The best way I can think to describe it would be like in the movie Predator, his active camo, his invisibility tech. The world behind him was visible but skewed. This triangle, in quotes, passed over the sky for a few short minutes until it just seemed to either rise rapidly and disappear or shrink rapidly. It was about that time that we noticed that it had gone eerily silent outside with us. No crickets, no anything. Even the wind seemed to stop. We decided to go in for the night after. We were both pretty weirded out. We were in awe, but definitely weirded out. I got some good pictures of the night sky, but of course, that's kind of the usual that they didn't see anything weird in them. A few hours later the same evening, when we were getting ready for bed, I wanted to try a long exposure setting I had found on my GoPro. So I was standing on the porch taking pictures. That's when I heard this whistle. Now, I'm not an overly superstitious man, but I've heard stories, and not wanting to take my chances, I didn't return the whistle. There was a second whistle shortly after the first that expedited my decision to go back inside. Weirded out, we laughed it off, locked the doors, and went to bed. Mind you, that due to the lack of air conditioning in this house and the windows were all open for airflow. An hour or so later, after we were asleep, my wife wakes me up to ask if I heard that. It was at this point that we both hear very clearly a deep growl and breathing like that of a bear or a large animal outside our window on the porch. Not loud, but bassy. We could hear heavy footsteps on the porch as well. We woke our friends up and turned on all the lights and looked around. There were no footprints on the dusty porch and none in the soft mud around the porch. So this experience we just could not explain. Of course, our friends were asleep in their room and didn't hear a thing. And they didn't experience the earlier sighting outside either. Nothing else weird happened while we stayed there for the rest of the trip. The final thing to have happened, and this is the part that really weirded my wife out, was a month or so later when we were back home. We were in the kitchen making dinner when she looked up and there was an owl sitting on the fence. It was just staring into the house at us. I wasn't, at least at the time, aware of the correlation between alien sightings and abductions and the sightings of owls, but I am now. To our knowledge, we didn't have, lost any events or any time or anything like that, but it just kind of felt like we saw something we weren't supposed to see, and they were checking us, seeing if we were cool. For my wife, this is all a little bit too much, and it made her just uneasy, especially to stare at the stars anymore. I, on the other hand, am still very much intrigued. We haven't noticed any more owls as of late, so who knows if it was a coincidence or not. As I started this post stating my wife had posted before, this YouTube show called Belief Hole. It reached out to her, asked if they could feature the story, which they did in an episode back in August. The episode is Paranormal Railways, Cursed Death Cars, Diamond-Eyed Drifters, and E.T. Altercations, if you're interested in hearing her original post of the story. Plus, on their page for this episode, they showed a picture of the owl my wife sent them. I commented on the episode trying to open a discussion, but I never heard back. Possible occurrence. I enjoy hanging out in cemeteries for the peace and the nature and the weird symbolic attempt to connect with death. Nothing ever happened. No sightings, no movements in the corner of my eye, no change in temperature. Nothing. I even own a Ouija board, which mostly serves as decoration nowadays, and I've tried by myself, and with others, countless times. I never had any sort of communication. Absolutely nothing. People I've been doing, well, maybe I've been doing it wrong all this time, but really, the lack of evidence just made me decide that, yeah, ghosts or spirits don't exist. However, I've had quite an unexplained thing happen to me about 2 to 3 years ago. I've been with a couple of friends to Edinburgh, which those who know is pretty much a haunted capital in itself already. We happened to stroll through the historical cemetery, otherwise known as the most haunted cemetery in Europe, if not the world, which I've been to many times prior without any unusual activities, aside from tourists trying to spook each other. As we were heading down the slope toward the exit gate, I felt a slight push in my back. It shoved me toward the exit. For a moment, it genuinely felt like somebody nudging me with their hand, or it's a feeling that can't be replicated by anything else, really. It definitely couldn't have been my friends, as we all barely know each other at the time, and I was walking by the side of the group. They felt nothing themselves, and it could have been someone else trying to joke around since there was quite a few people visiting that place. But I figured, why would anybody want to do that to a stranger? So the chances are minimal. I've been to the cemetery countless times ever since. Nothing has ever occurred, so this experience stayed quite fresh in my mind due to the lack of explanation. What is the most paranormal experience you've ever experienced? I don't know how paranormal this is, but I definitely saw a ghost. When I was younger, maybe between 7 and 9, I'm 17 now, I went to this really old school in Toronto. My parents worked in the morning, so after school I went to daycare, which was provided by the school. The school was a regular elementary school, except for the basement. It was so strange, and it feels so vivid thinking about it. The floor is pure concrete, the walls pure concrete painted this bluish gray color. This daycare took place in the basement. The basement was like a maze. That's why we only stayed in one hallway. Our daycare was just down the hall for a boys' bathroom, and since the teachers didn't want us getting lost, the girls had to use the boys' bathroom too. When you walked into the bathroom, you were met with a wall of sinks like a barricade between two sides of the washroom. One side was meant for girls, and the other side was meant for boys. When walking to the girls' side, you could see right into the boys' side. The rule was to always go to the washroom with a buddy, but for some reason I didn't this time. I walked into the bathroom, and as I'm walking in, I peer into the boys' side, and I've never been met with such a clear ghost. An old lady with a walker walking about away from me. She had white, short, curly hair and was wearing a pink cardigan with a white top underneath and a yellow knee-length skirt. I saw her for a split second, and she disappeared. I don't know how I wasn't scared, but I carried on with my business and went back to the daycare room. Hearing someone come home, but no one is there. So when I lived at my parents' house, we had a sleigh bell tied to the door handle on the front door. It's mostly because we taught our dog to ring the bell when she needs to go outside. And for a while, our garage was full of junk. We wanted to sell all of it, so my parents would always park in the driveway and come inside through the front door. And every time that front door opened, you could hear the bells ringing. I was in my bedroom on the same floor as the entrance. In my room, I'd be watching YouTube videos, and I suddenly hear bells in the front door. Thought that was odd because my mom didn't usually get home till later in the day. Thought nothing of it, and usually after she comes inside, she sets her stuff down and then comes says hi to me. By the way, the sound of my dog ringing the bell to go outside and the door opening was very different. My dog would always gently nudge the bells. It would be like 1 or 2 light jingles. When the doors opened, they bang against the door and make a lot of noise. This sound was definitely the door opening. The house was pretty old with original wood floors. If anybody was walking through the house, you could always hear every footstep. Once I heard the bells, I realized I didn't hear any footsteps or my dog jumping for joy that somebody was home. I waited a few minutes for my mom to come say hi, and no one came. I went out of my room and into the living room where the door was, and there was no one out there. I checked the kitchen, my parents' bedroom, the bathroom, then checked downstairs. Even my dog was downstairs taking a nap. I go back upstairs confused and look at the door, and the deadbolt was still locked. The only people with the key are me, my mom, and my dad. I tried to figure out what made the bells ring so loudly, but the fact I heard no footsteps. My dog was sleeping downstairs and the door was locked still. I got kind of spooked. Can someone explain what on earth happened here? So early this morning, me, my girlfriend, her brother, were leaving to go home from a concert. The hotel that we stayed at had like a parking ramp. We were parked on the 4th floor or level. The level or floor was very small too, I should point out. When we were leaving, we started to exit as you would exit any parking ramp building. But this one, we circled around a few times instead of actually going down. Then we were like, where's the exit? And after a few more circles around, we turned around and drove the opposite way to see if we could find the exit. We still couldn't find it, even though there was a sign pointing to where an exit would be. We kept circling the level for like 10 more times, and we kept wondering where on earth this exit would be. We were just doing circles, passing the same cars every time. Then we saw a lady parked in her car, so my girlfriend got out to ask where the exit was. In my girlfriend's words, here's how the conversation went down. Girlfriend: okay, this might sound dumb. Did you just drive in here? Lady: yes. Girlfriend: I've been driving in circles and I can't find the exit. Do you know where it is? Lady: do you see the exit sign? Just make sure you stay on the right side because it's a 2-lane drive. Girlfriend: so the exit is just down there? Lady: yeah, it's just around the corner. My girlfriend said the lady seemed confused as to why she was asking where the exit was. So we went around the corner and the exit was suddenly there. The moment we saw the exit, we were just so confused and speechless as to what just happened. We went circle after circle and there was no exit anywhere. Then it suddenly appeared after asking somebody where it was. What is this? Premonition or just hallucinations? This happened 8+ years ago, yet it still bewilders me when I think about it. I live in a joint family where my family plus our other relatives live in a close vicinity to each other. I was very close to my great-grandfather as he was really sharp and it was a sweet routine. He was 93 years old at that time, and he wakes up, gets fresh, comes downstairs for some tea and snacks. I sit with him and talk with him, and we always make each other laugh. Then he goes to the ground floor and has a smoke. He smoked 5 daily since he was 40, never had any issues. One day I had a dream that I was sitting with my great-grandfather. I was having a laugh as he was telling me stories. Suddenly I felt emptiness. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, he was not there. I got scared and woke up. I was still half asleep as it was a sudden burst of fear and anxiety. And I remember that I was sleeping on a sofa bed and I had my head in east. From the northeast top corner of the house, I was getting negative vibes. I got scared and went underneath the blanket. I felt shivers and I felt that overwhelming feeling that someone is in the corner and started praying. I don't know when I fell back to sleep and I started dreaming again, but this time my great-grandfather was there and he was saying not to be afraid. He said that he's very happy. Next morning I told this to my parents and they suggested that it might be an omen for a death of the family. They've experienced that with their own other family members as well. This was the only time when my great-grandfather got very sick and he was put on bed rest. A week later he died when I went to school and I got called back home to be part of the final ceremonies. I never cried at the funeral, but I got a distinct feeling of melancholy and burst into tears remembering that dream during cremation. Now every time I think about that story, it brings joy to my heart. Afterlife visit with my grandma. When I was young, around 8, my grandma always used to tell me that she wouldn't be around forever. I always used to respond with, "Oh, Grandma, don't say that. Yeah, you will. But if you do go, you better visit me in a dream." She passed when I was 22. When I was 27, and I'm currently 39, I dreamt that my family was taking a vacation to a special spot where people could go visit their loved ones who had crossed over. It was some neutral zone for the realm of the living and dead to reunite, located somewhere in the southwestern United States. If I were to guess, it would probably be New Mexico, but I'm uncertain. The geographical landscape reminded me a lot of northern Argentina, but I know it wasn't that far. It seems pretty far out, but it was like a completely normal, everyday place in my dream world. My family and I arrived at the hostel. We checked in, and the entire ground floor reminded me of one of those cottagecore family diners. An aesthetic that's 100% my grandma, but sort of with a hotel feel. There were other families sitting in the booth talking. We made small talk with some of the people about the whole process since we were, first-timers. They informed us of some of the rules. We could only visit one at a time, and it had to be in a specific place. We went upstairs and unpacked our luggage. We all sat down and tried to figure out who would go visit first. They all volunteered me to go first, since I was the oldest grandchild. I obliged and went downstairs to the pre-visit counselor. It was required that you spoke with the counselor before visiting to go over all the rules. The rules were as follows. Once you walk out the door, turn to the left and follow the path until you get to the bench. Wait at the bench until your loved one arrives. Stay on the path and don't leave the path. No more than 1 hour per visit. I questioned the reasoning behind some of the rules, but I was surprised they weren't more strict. I signed the disclosure stating that I had gone over the rules and proceeded to walk out the door. The scenery outside the hostel was very surreal. It looked like a ghost town, literally, I suppose. And sort of what I could only describe as the most beautiful, majestic sunset that I'd ever seen. I turned to the left as I was instructed, and I saw a grassy field with a paved winding path and a huge, lonely, dead tree in the background. I must say that it was very stereotypical. I approached the bench and sat on it to wait for my grandma. When she appeared, she looked kind of like the version of her that I remember. She wasn't a ghost or glowing or anything like that. She didn't act 100% like her spunky, sassy self, though. She was more somber and serious, with semi-vacant eyes that lacked life and personality, for lack of a better way to describe them. She looked at me, grabbed my hand, and said, "Let's go." We proceeded to walk down the path toward the tree in silence as I gathered my thoughts and tried to figure out where to even begin. I started the conversation by profusely apologizing. I apologized for how moody and apathetic I was shortly before she died. I apologized for forgetting her Frosty at Wendy's. I apologized for so many little things that had happened during the last few months leading up to her death. For context, my grandma and I had always been close when I was younger and did many things together. I would visit her for what seems like every weekend. We would go bowling, go out to eat, and visit all the little stores in the small town that she lived in. When I became a teenager, and all through my 20s, I really sucked in all aspects of life. But that's a story for another time, because this is going to be long enough. After I finished crying and apologizing to her, she looked down at me and told me that she understood and not to beat myself up. She paused for a moment and then asked me if I had any questions for her. Of course, the first thing I asked her was what the afterlife was like. She looked at me and told me, "Well, it's not what you think it is. There are no pearly gates, nor angels or anything like we're told. It's more like the life that we experienced before, but different. I don't know how to explain it, but it's not what you think." I sort of understood what she meant, but not really. I then said, "So it's not like heaven or hell? Are the consequences for our actions like there are consequences for our actions in this life?" She then proceeded to tell me how every action that we do here while alive, on Earth, it's quantified with either a positive or negative amount, depending on how good or bad the action is. At the end of our life, we all have a score that determines the outcome of our afterlife and what it will be like. I tried to wrap my mind around what she had said because it simultaneously made perfect sense and blew my mind. Can't remember what else we talked about, but the end of the path led back to the front door of the hostel. We said our goodbyes and I gave her a big hug, but was still left feeling sad and empty while walking toward the entrance. As soon as I walked through the door, I woke up. I don't know if any of you reading this have ever seen the series The Good Place, but I tripped out after watching it and seeing their version of the afterlife. Doug Forset's mushroom trip and prediction was exactly what my grandma described. The Good Place didn't come out until 2016, which was about 4 or 5 years after I had that dream. I'll never be sure if she actually did come to visit me. Took her long enough. Or if it was all in my head. Who knows? It was pretty crazy either way. Ouija board experience. Object shows appears out of nowhere. So me and a couple of friends decided it would be a good idea, it wasn't, to go use a Ouija board in my dad's doctor's office, which was built in the 1800s. I had heard there was a lot of history behind it, and could possibly be haunted. So anyway, it was about 8 p.m. and just turned dark. We decided to start using a Ouija board. We started by asking simple questions like how old he was before he passed, his name, and some other random ones. He seemed super chill at first, and I think he even cracked a joke at one point. But I swear it was out of nowhere where he told us, "Evil spirits are here, and help me." Obviously, a very intense turn of events. Me and my friends started to become super worried and got scared and wanted to stop. So we tried saying goodbye and took a long time to say it back, which worried us. But once he did, we decided we were done with this stupid idea. Went to go turn the lights back on, and then I swear to God, a random pill dropped out of thin air. We all went silent and my heart was racing. We immediately left the room, and after I went back to look up the number that was on the pill, came to find out that it was an allergy pill which my father doesn't even take or anybody else who works there, which is only like 3 other people. Plus, it wasn't even allergy season, and I asked everybody if they had one or threw one in the air before the lights turned on, but both of them said no, which I definitely believe because I trust them a lot, especially considering how scared everybody was. It would have been no time to try to prank someone or joke, but I just wanted to share this experience and wanted to know if anybody else had had an experience of the same kind. You know, when an entity or spirit made a random object just show up out of thin air. I keep dreaming about my dad who died 4 years ago, and I'm starting to believe it's him. To begin with dreams, it was just us going to the beach and stuff. Or it would be silly things like we'd be at the zoo and he'd be there and just not doing much. But recently, it's felt a lot more real. He's been saying things to me like, I love you and I miss you. I never used to believe in this stuff or that it really could be him, but it's all started to feel a lot more real. And now I'm starting to believe it's him reaching out to me. I don't know if I find it comforting, maybe a bit, but honestly, it's starting to make it hard to fall asleep. I guess I'm just worried, which I know is a weird reaction to have, but I also don't think it can be explained. I spoke to a parapsychologist about some of the unexplained stuff. She said that it wasn't her job to tell people if it's real or not if they believe they saw their dad, which is fair. But I also feel really strange. It's like a strange circular thing where I keep thinking, well, it must be him because I'm reacting this weird way and there's no reason for it to feel like this if it's just a dream. If that makes any kind of sense to anyone. My grandpa didn't know he was dead. About 10 or so months ago, my grandfather died. It was a sudden death that resulted in a car crash. He never knew what happened. About 2 weeks or so later, I had a dream. He was sitting at his kitchen table, saw me, and asked, "KaffeDreamer, where am I? What's going on?" I looked at him and said, "You died." He responded with, "Oh, okay." He didn't really seem too surprised by the news. He went on to say that he keeps seeing this white light and that he doesn't know what it is, but that it keeps calling to him. I told him that it's a good place where his brother and mother are, that it's peaceful and full of love, that they're waiting for him and would very much like to see him again. Then I told him in a very important way that it was his choice. He didn't have to go and could wait as long as he wanted. He thought about it for a moment and said he was going to wait a while. I cried and he started to make himself a comfortable home. Then I woke up. I truly believe I got to communicate with him after he died and that he needed me to tell him that he had died. Something is trying to communicate with me, unsure what to do. I've never had a paranormal experience in my life until last week. We went to New Orleans, went on a ghost tour, used some equipment, joined in half-hearted seance. We also visited several voodoo places. I didn't feel anything at the time, but started to feel weird at the hotel with chills all over my body and my stomach tightening. I became super fascinated and got addicted to a ghost app for several days, mostly because it's so interesting and I'm trying to figure out how it all works. but has also shown some intelligent answers that were pretty startling and some scary ones. Then I started doing more research, realized I had started this whole encounter pretty recklessly, like trying to communicate when I'm drunk or not thinking about my safety. Since I realized this may be more dangerous than I thought, I completely stopped using the app and I've been ignoring things. And also completely stopped talking about it with my few friends. The idea being to not give it attention and it'll lose interest. So, should I try to communicate and see what they want, and then do a cleanse of my house myself? Or should I just go ahead and try to clear out all this energy, delete the app, cleanse the house, etc.? Where do I even start? My experience. So all the way back in 2009, I was 17 in North Dakota. I was completely by myself one random night around 9 p.m. playing Wii. That's when I noticed a shady corner in my peripheral vision, where the two walls and the ceiling meet. At the corner appeared extra dark to me even though the light was on. I literally thought to myself, that corner looks extra shady. Immediately followed by, what does that even mean? What a stupid thought. What I'm about to say sounds corny, but this is just 100% what I experienced. I looked straight ahead, back to my Wii after thinking that's a stupid thought, and I heard the deepest imaginable voice say, "Get out now." Except I didn't hear it like you hear your friend in the same room talk. It's as if it was in my ear. Absolutely zero way to tell where it came from. Ran outside, convinced myself it was nothing, tried to go to bed. My room was in the basement, and the lights wouldn't work unless the upstairs lights were on. Dad didn't like that. So I walked all the way back to the corner of the basement, opened the metal sliding door leading to my room, and laid under the covers with zero light. Then I proceeded to hear the deepest growl imaginable. But this time I could tell it was over my feet. Ran outside again, proceeded to fall asleep outside, wake up to the sun. The day I woke up, I asked my dad if I could go home early. He tried to throw a punch at me, and I was gone within 24 hours, to which I don't remember a second of. Never told my family, basically nobody until recently. That's my story. I know it sounds corny at parts, believe me or not, but it's what I experienced. Whether some other outside factors caused this, I'll never know. Just curious what y'all think, and maybe somebody's experienced something similar. Ghosts in my uni library. So I have this particular study spot in my uni library that I sometimes study at. It's sort of in a more secluded area where usually not many people study at. To give you a visual picture, it's in front of a wall, so all I see is the wall in front of me. And then next to me are more desks and chairs. I normally only go there when the library's pretty full and I can't find another spot. Last time I was studying, I saw from the corner of my eye someone standing there, but I didn't think much of it since it's a library. I thought somebody just stood there and was looking at the books. This person, however, stood there for so long and I felt like their body was facing me. They were maybe looking at me, but I couldn't really tell because it was the corner of my eye. So I eventually just turned to my right, but to my surprise, no one was there. I wasn't freaked out. I genuinely was confused as to why there was no one there. You know how you sometimes just feel the presence of someone? This happened to me a couple of times after that. That's where I thought somebody was walking by, and I was so sure of it, but I brushed it off saying that my mind was playing tricks on me after I saw the first quote-unquote person. Today I went to the library to study again. I sat at a different spot. Strangely, all of my electronic devices suddenly stopped working. They were working earlier. My phone suddenly had no reception for 10 minutes straight. My laptop just had a blank screen. My iPad was saying every website I tried to visit was dangerous. It's never happened to me before, and I got really frustrated, went to change my study spot. I was walking around for ages even though the library was pretty empty, and I somehow ended up at that spot. Settled down, and suddenly everything started working again. So I continue studying, and the same thing happens again. I'm so sure that someone is standing there. I look to my right, and no one was there, and to demonstrate how clearly I could see these people from the corner of my eye, at some point a real human was standing there. My mind played it off as, yeah, these are the things you keep seeing. And after I look, it's a real human. I think it's strange how this only happens at this particular spot. I've never experienced anything like this before. What are your thoughts that this could be? Childhood ghost experience in a haunted dance school, Halifax. Last night I was watching It, the movie, and it got me thinking about ghosts and paranormal shit. I'm bored, so I'm going to share this one story I have. I'd say majority of people I've told about my experience don't believe it, but I know what I saw. I'm 16 years old now, and this happened to me when I was like 7 or 8. Really didn't think much of it then, but it blows my mind now. Basically, there's this dance school where I live. My elder sister did dance there, and I always waited outside of the class with my mom waiting for her to finish. I always just kind of fooled around like any kid does and would explore or look around. Anyway, before I go deeper into the experience, I want to give some background on the actual building and some history. Where I live in Halifax, it's in Canada, there was a major event called the Halifax Explosion where 2 ships collided and blew up in a bunch of TNT or something. Think it was. I won't go into that, but long story short, they buried hundreds of the bodies where the dance school is now. It's called the Maritime Conservatory of Performing Arts. That probably explains why the place feels so creepy and eerie, and probably explains this experience I had. So basically, here it is. I was running around doing whatever, and for some reason I went over to this door. It was a locked door to this closet office type of a room, and for some reason I looked through the little keyhole. I was able to see inside. Inside it was pitch black, really small, and the only light in there was one of those landline phones. It was on a desk, and I could see like a filing cabinet and a desk chair. I am 100% certain that there wasn't anybody in there. And when I say 100% sure, I mean 110% sure. Some say 120. But anyway, as I kept looking into the room, all of a sudden the doorknob jerked to the right and then back into place, as if someone was trying to open it. It startled me and I just stepped back, but somehow my little self wasn't scared. Didn't think much of it. But also that building is old as shit. Ain't no way they had some futuristic door or something. There seems to be zero explanation for it. I'm also not one of those ghost lovers. I'm even a Christian. I doubt most stories I hear, but I'm telling you, this has really made me think about ghosts and paranormal activity. I've told so many people this story for the past few years, and every time I think of it, I think like, what the fuck? Anyway, I'm so bored and thought I'd put this out there. Also, if anybody has any info on this or could explain a bit, I'd love to hear. Haunted apartment. Said family member of mine, B, moved to an apartment with their boyfriend, Carl. Ever since they started living there, they had an odd feeling about the place. Both B and Carl claimed that one of the rooms in the flat was overwhelmingly cold. This was in one of the hottest cities in Europe, mind you. This will become relevant later. One night, Carl was alone in the flat. He reported hearing voices that sounded terrified. When inspecting the place, he looked past a mirror in a cold room, and there he saw a girl in a white gown. She said something to him, but I don't recall exactly what it was. It was along the lines of, "Please don't hurt me." Obviously, he started freaking out, called B to tell her to come home. When she did, he told her what he'd seen. Although she was creeped out, she brushed it off. A few months later, one of B's dearest friends came to visit along with her boyfriend, Steve. Steve was a self-proclaimed medium, although B had no knowledge of this at the time. They had a few coffees in the living room and all was well. Out of nowhere, Steve turned pale white. He seemed very out of it and couldn't keep up with the conversation the way that he'd been doing just a few moments earlier, and his eyes fixed on a corner of B's living room. B noticed his change of demeanor and, worried that she might have said something wrong, asked him what was up. Steve was very adamant about not telling her, saying it was nothing and that she shouldn't worry. She's quite hospitable and doesn't like people feeling uncomfortable in her home, so she asked a few more questions along the lines of, "Don't you like the coffee?" After a bit of interrogation, Steve caved in. He explained that he's a medium and he's got a bit of a history of seeing ghosts. Then he began describing what he saw. A small girl in a white gown. He said she looked very scared, but not scary. B was, to say the least, shocked. The description fit perfectly with what Carl had seen, of which Steve had no knowledge. There were more weird occurrences, like gusts of wind on very warm days, and again, this city is like asphyxiating in the summer, and that's putting it lightly. Cold spots, voices, footsteps, all the faucets turning on at once, etc. At some point, B and Carl decided that they couldn't take it anymore and moved out. They even broke their lease in a bad situation economically. Basically, they couldn't have been more desperate about leaving. Going to share my experiences soon, plus disembodied voice story. When I was a kid, I seemed to be plagued by paranormal occurrences. Been wanting to get these off my chest for a while. It's a long story that happened almost 25 years ago, so I need time to get the details organized, but the gist of it is me and my best friend and neighbor were plagued by a poltergeist for most of the summer of 2001. But not to make this post completely pointless, I will share a shirt experience I had. When I was 17, I dropped out of school, got a job, and rented a tiny shoebox-size efficiency apartment. The walls were thin, so I'd hear the neighbors most of the time. One night I was chilling by myself. I honestly don't remember what I was doing, but it was quiet. No television, music, video games, or background noise of any kind. It was around 12 or 1, and out of nowhere I heard a voice loudly and clearly half shout a quick, "Hey!" It sounded like it was coming from directly in front of me, as if I were having a face-to-face conversation with someone. It was so abrupt and clear it didn't have that muffled quality of hearing neighbors through thin walls. I ended up spending the rest of the night sitting outside on a staircase, not entering again until the sun came up. That was the only experience I had in that place, although I have had weird experiences in almost every place I've lived, from sleep paralysis to unexplained noises, and even figures and things touching me. We'll post poltergeist stories soon, as well as a few others like it happened during my 11th birthday party camping in the woods, but I recently heard somewhere most people don't report their paranormal or unexplained experiences, and it got me thinking, maybe most people did share what they witnessed. Maybe we could possibly have a better understanding of what causes these things to happen. Enter the realm of the extraordinary with Paranormal M. Subscribe and turn on notifications to journey with us through the bizarre and inexplicable. Get ready to have your beliefs challenged and your curiosity piqued. Spirit following my husband. Stay with me. This started before my husband and I met. Weird things started happening to him when moving into an old rental home. Objects being moved and finding them in different spots, having to keep heaters on in the summer. Middle of the night waking to sounds like someone walking into his front door. Investigating and finding nothing. Knocking, things falling over, and footstep sounds. It all came to a head when he found black handprints on his attic door above his bed. He decided that was too creepy, stayed the night at a friend's house. Everything was fine and he left the next day. Later that day, his friends called him, asking him if he was messing with them. Obviously, he was confused. They said they found black handprints around their attic door. Really, nothing could explain it. Where we live, attic doors are normally on the ceiling and they pull down. He finally decided to move and moved into a second-floor apartment. Everything was fine for a few weeks. He comes home one day before he can get to his front door. His neighbors ask if he has a roommate. Again, confused by the question, he says no, and just why? They said it sounds like someone has been going in and out of their apartment. All day, too, with the front door slamming and stomping around. He just assumes maybe it was maintenance because there's kind of older apartments. He walks in to find more black handprints and smudges all around the inside of the door and the entryway walls. Thankfully, his neighbor downstairs is a religious woman. She blessed the apartment, and nothing more has happened there. That's when we met and started dating. We fell in love and blah, 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 blah. I move in and I never experienced anything. I definitely believed him because I myself have experienced a lot of paranormal activity growing up. We eventually moved because he got a promotion and his job relocated him, but we think nothing more of this weird spirit. We finally settle in and everything is going great. One day I'm home by myself with the dogs. Our house had a downstairs with like half being a garage and the other half being what I would call a man cave. Tile floors, rock walls with a cabin-looking bar. Very echoey down there because we didn't use it, so it was pretty much an empty room. From upstairs, I hear what sounds like things being thrown. I can hear the bouncing of an object once it hits the floor. It only lasted about 30 seconds, and I thought somebody had broken in, so I locked the door that leads down there. For extra measures, I shove a chair under the door handle. I knew my husband was getting home soon, so I just sat on the couch in silence, watching the door. I was watching for movement and listening for more noise. Nothing. He gets home and checks it out, and again nothing. Nothing on the floor, nothing to identify what could make that sound. We let it go and we move past it. Everything goes back to normal. A few weeks pass. He's in the bed for some night and maybe laid down for about 10 minutes, and I'm in the living room. All of a sudden, beating on the wall. It's so hard it shakes things hanging on our wall. Our dog starts freaking. I'm still too scared to even get off the couch, so I start screaming for him to come in the living room, and I asked if it was him. He was asleep and heard nothing. We can't find the source of the noise, and he eventually goes to bed, and I don't really sleep that night. Nothing else happens, though. The only thing that really continued happening after that was what sounds like scratching on the walls. Still can't explain what it was. We move again because he put in for a transfer, so we can get back to the state we originally lived in. That's where we wanted to be, after all. I don't take any chances this time. I believe in God. I have a relationship with him. Always have. I bless the house, make him do it with me, and I believe with all my heart in the name of Jesus, demons flee. Nothing happens in that home. We lived there for several years, and he eventually quits that job. He gets a job closer to my family and we move. All this stuff is years in the past, so I think nothing of it. Everything is fine for months. And one day it's Saturday afternoon. We both had a long week. So he ends up falling asleep in the living room and I fall asleep in our bedroom. I wake up, go into the living room, and he eventually wakes up and goes into the bathroom. Coming out, he has a weird look on his face telling me, "You're messing with me." I'm clueless, so I ask him what's up. He just tells me to come here. Walk into the bathroom, all of his bathroom things are neatly stacked on the sink. And I mean everything he uses. Shampoo, body wash, razors, anything you'd expect somebody to keep in the bathroom. It was neatly put onto the counter. We're baffled, so I just start praying. We calm down and go on with our lives. Eventually more black smudges and handprints are around the attic, and I had enough. So I bless the house. We've been living here for years now, and nothing has happened. I think it's back. We've been having some financial hardship. It's causing both of us to be stressed, kind of just casting a dark cloud due to our circumstances. The other night I'm laying in bed and he's letting the dogs out to potty before we go to bed. I hear banging on the wall. Kind of weirded me out, but I thought maybe it was just my husband. I asked him if he dropped something or banged on the wall, and he said no, and I don't say anything more, mostly because I don't want to give him something more to stress about. It's now 2 a.m. here. He's asleep, and a very deep sleeper at that. I walk into our bedroom and I swear I heard a very deep voice say, "Hello," in a whisper tone. At this point, I don't even freak anymore. I'm just over it and looking for advice, looking for somebody with a similar story. Any idea what this thing really could be and why it's got a grip? How does it keep coming back? Why does it keep coming back in general? And will it always be like this? I'm just looking for some answers. Please help. This is not a made-up story, and I wish it was fake, but it's not. And let me also say I've been seeing stuff out of the corner of my eye a lot lately, but I've thought nothing of it till the banging and whisper, thinking now I've actually been seeing something. I've also been hearing whispering when drifting off to sleep, but I've just been assuming I'm having a dream. Now I'm not too sure. Poster fire. The Bothell Hell House. Spring 2014. Not that many poltergeist survivors can say they witnessed seeing a poltergeist flee the scene of a crime. And by crime, I mean arson. I can. One of the most horrifying events I faced while living at the Bothell home was the day the poster caught fire in my office. Recap. Tina and I had witnessed a lot of activity in the weeks leading up to the poster catching fire, and I'm talking about bar stools being thrown. Our bedroom light was going off and turning back on by itself in the middle of our sleeping. Loud bangs, loud footsteps, door slams, and yes, one Bible catching fire. All of that happened within a week of the story I'm about to tell. The advice given to us by friends and family was to smudge the house. The internet said the same thing. Smudging lessens the activity, they say, and let me tell you, smudging never lessened the activity, not in our house. It made it worse. The story is proof of that. The night before the poster caught fire, I asked Tina if she would feel comfortable smudging the house. Tina is an excellent smudge person. Tina's more thorough than me, and she smudges every nook and cranny. The next day we woke up and got ourselves ready for work. Nothing unusual about that morning except the house was still smelling like burnt sage, which I thought was good. Your house should smell like sage if you smudged the night before. I later found out that smudging before going to bed is dangerous, extremely dangerous. I compare smudging before going to bed to kicking open a fire ant bed before having a picnic. Tina and I got up that morning and did what we always do. We got ready for work. The feeling of being watched had lessened. 30-odd minutes later of us waking up, Tina walks up to me and kisses me goodbye. Now it's just me in the house. The only thing on my mind right now is just beating Seattle traffic. I gotta get out of this house and get to work. A few minutes after I stepped into the shower, it happened. The devil arrived. Every fire alarm in the house starts going off, and I'm standing in the doorway of my bathroom half dried off thinking, oh shit, it's happening. I knew right then and there something was up. I didn't know what specifically, not yet anyways, but something is up though, and it is not good. I remember running through the master bedroom and reaching our bathroom doorway, and that's when I saw it. I feel a large mass run right by me. I cannot see what ran past me, but I can only feel it, and it was huge, taller than me and wider than me. All I could hear besides the fire alarms going off was this loud stomping sound. My eyes and ears turned toward the direction of the stomping noise and followed it downstairs, and suddenly, the front door of the house opens wide, slams shut. That is it. The door just opens wide on its own and slams shut. That's when my brain says, give chase, Keith. Give chase. I'm thinking, give chase to what? I still haven't determined if someone's in the house. I haven't seen anything. The door just opened and closed on its own. What am I chasing? So I do what my brain says. I run down the stairs, reach the front door. I should be able to get a good glimpse of the intruder as he's leaving the house. I throw my hand on the front doorknob and nothing happens. The front door does not open. Correction, the front door doesn't budge, not even a centimeter. I must have fought with the doorknob for about 2 seconds before realizing that I had a fire to deal with. Smoke is billowing from my office upstairs. I run to my office, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. There is the fire. The wall behind my computer desk is on fire, the poster specifically. How many seconds have transpired between the fire alarm going off and where I am standing now? 30 seconds maybe. The first thing I do is kill the fire as I toss my damp towel over it. The fire didn't put up a fight. It was gone. I turn and run downstairs again. The house is filled with smoke. I get to the front door and try to open the front door, and again, nothing. The door will not budge. This is the same door I saw open less than a minute ago. The doorway felt like it's been welded shut. The fire alarms are still wailing in the background, and I can taste the chemicals from my burnt poster in my mouth and nostrils. And that's when it dawned on me. The house is not the one under attack. I am. Think carefully about this, Keith. The next few decisions could be your last. What are you going to do? I was in shock at this stage because I remember the events vaguely at this point. Suddenly I'm on the phone with the 911 operator. I'm screaming to her that my house is on fire and she's maintaining her level of professionalism, asking me in a calm voice, "What's my address?" Every time I utter my address through the phone, enormous amounts of static breaks out. And I'm talking about loud electronical, interference. We go through this, I can't hear you, can you repeat your address routine for about 30 seconds? Finally, she gets my address, and in doing so, lets me know that the fire department is on the way. I hang up and call Tina. Thank God she answers. Tina can hear the fire alarm screaming through the phone, and I blurt out to her to come back home, the house is under attack, and I hang up. The front door, for reasons I cannot explain, finally opened. It opened within seconds of the fire department arriving. How ironic. The firemen dart in and, at my urging, proceed up toward the office. They said I did a good job putting the poster fire out, and Tina runs into the house a minute after they arrived and grabs me. I was half naked and shaken like a leaf because all I could remember was Tina throwing blankets over me. I'm shivering, and I'm shaken like a wet puppy, and I'm not afraid to admit that I was crying and quivering like a baby. You would have thought somebody had doused me in a tub of ice water, cubes and all, and that's how cold I was. The fire department never could determine the cause of the fire. Tina and I knew. This is the second fire incident that we've experienced. The missing key, car key fob. For millennia, one of the questions surrounding poltergeists regarding missing items in homes is, where do the missing items go? Nearly every case on record has reports of items disappearing. Family heirlooms, jewelry, silverware, personal belongings, electronics, etc. Some are never to be found. Several theories, one in particular I subscribe to, say the items never left. They are still within the house, out of reach and out of sight from the house occupants. Some believe the items are appearing in other people's homes, appearing elsewhere. If you consider the stories of items appearing inexplicably in homes that no one inside the house owns there might be some truth to that. And with good reason, with good evidence. Evidence from the Bot Hell house. And from other poltergeist cases too, and I might add. But there's a third theory, a subset of the second theory I just mentioned. Items that go missing are often found elsewhere in the home, sometimes immediate, other times within days, weeks, months, and yes, even years. The items found in other parts of the home after it's been registered as missing is almost always out of place, perhaps suggesting it was strategically placed. Example number 1. One of the weirdest phenomena Tina and I experienced while living in the Bothell home was the incident where we woke up in the morning and found kids' toys placed dead center on the steps of our staircase. Kid toys on the coffee table, kid toys on countertops, and we don't have kids. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that these toys were put in places where they would be noticed immediately. But that's benign activity. The more sinister example I have of an item gone missing only returned to a different location inside our home. Example number 2. It is the Bible that went missing inside our home, summer of 2012. I placed this Bible on the lamp table in our living room downstairs. It was gone the next morning. When did it return, you ask? Spring 2014. Not only was it returned in a different location of the home, which was right outside our master bedroom doorway, but it was returned on fire. I think we can all agree there's not a more frightening experience inside your home than waking up to a fire you had no role in starting. Items reported missing in poltergeist-infested homes only appear elsewhere inside the home point to intelligence. An entity with the ability to know the difference between good and evil, and in doing so ignites a Bible on fire at the base of our doorway while we slept in a deliberate act. Well, seems like a deliberate act. A calculated act. If that doesn't run into contradiction to RSPK, I don't know what does. But the third example I want to provide is an example I believe that the paranormal community has grossly ignored, or worse, isn't prepared to deal with. And it involves my missing car keys, my key fob. Within days of moving into the Bothell home, one of the first, if not the first, things I noticed to go missing was my spare key fob, otherwise known as my car keys. This car key fob I kept in a plastic glove box about the size of a 6-inch shoe box. Inside this plastic glove box is where I kept my personal items. Items like Star Wars cards, comic book cards, and personal information, like birth certificates and family photos. One day I went to retrieve an item out of my glove box, and it was then that I noticed my spare key fob was missing. How can something I never used be missing? Fast forward a few months later, something very peculiar and uncanny started happening. Those who've survived a poltergeist haunting will tell you poltergeists are exploiters of the everyday routine of humans. It's one of their primary modus operandi. I don't know how to say that. Modus operandi. Something that fits the description given by many being like a trickster. It became irritable to me, but at the same time dismissive. Me leaving for work each morning and within seconds of entering my car, seeing that my car trunk was open, unlocked. It had to have been the middle of 2013 when I noticed my car trunk was always unlocked. Not open, but unlocked. And that's when I would leave for work in the morning. The first time I noticed my trunk was unlocked was when I got into the car. Before starting it up, I would see the trunk light lit on my dashboard. That icon, if lit, means your trunk is open. Not important, I'll just get out my car and raise the trunk, slam it down, problem solved. Weird, but why do I find myself doing this 2 or 3 times a week now? I'm thinking somehow, some way I'm fat fingering my key fob. What does fat fingering mean? Fat fingering is when you inaccurately strike 2 keys at the same time with 1 finger. It's not a huge inconvenience to get back out of your car, walk to the car trunk, raise the trunk itself, and slam it shut. But a few seconds is all it takes. Not a huge inconvenience if it happens now and then. 3 times a week? What's up with that? A year or so later, I'm still asking myself the question, why is my trunk light always on? Why is it always open? And that's before I get into it each morning and what's going on. My routine each morning when I leave for work is very simple. I kiss Tina goodbye, close the house, the front door behind me, get to my car, climb into my seat, and there on my dashboard is the trunk light. It's lit. Nothing weird about that if it happens once. Nothing weird about that if it happens several times through the course of your lifetime. It's been happening to me 3 or 4 times a week for over a year. I feel stupid for not realizing it sooner. The spirits have been using my spare key fob. They've been hitting the unlock trunk button on the key fob. They've been doing this within seconds of me walking out to the front door. Up until now, I thought I was fat-fingering my key fob, and I was wrong. How do I know it was them doing this, you ask? Well, they made a mistake, which is extremely rare. I left for work one morning like I always do. I get all the way to the car door and then realize I don't have my keys on me. I left it in the house, but guess what? I'm standing at my car door and I can see my dashboard. Why is my trunk light lit? How can my trunk light be on when I don't even have my keys on me? I haven't unlocked my car door yet, and that's when I realized I haven't been fat-fingering my car fob at all. It would seem I ignored my intuition a year or so ago, and I asked the rhetorical question, why am I always doing this? Given the location of the trunk button on the car key fob, where it's located makes fat-fingering unlikely if not impossible. One's finger would deliberately have to go out of its way to touch the trunk unlock button. Not only that, but you also must hold it down considerably longer to activate it. When you look at it from a scientific or psychological point of view, it's hard not to appreciate the knowledge about poltergeists being revealed here. Somewhere we can't see, for a lack of a better word, spirits operating the missing key fob it stole from me. Theo Cam's razor loyalists of the world will say it's Tina. Tina's the culprit. They overlook the fact that Tina doesn't, know that my extra key fob existed, let alone knew where it was, and number two, she sometimes left the house before me and was out of town. It's not a leap to believe my spare car key fob, the one I never used that went missing hours after I moved into the bottle house, is the device being used to unlock my car trunk. That's not a supposition. Another revelation would be my dismissiveness. A dismissiveness that I'm embarrassed to admit lasted for over a year. But here begins the lesson. The poltergeist in question needs my level of dismissiveness to carry out its work. All poltergeists do. Those familiar with me and Tina's ordeal have heard me say over and over the times I've come back to my office or bedroom and found the room light off. I could have sworn I left the light on. Who turns a light off in a room if they know they're immediately coming back? I know I don't. The same thing can be said about the television. Who turns their television off before they leave a room if they know they're coming back? I don't. But, and this is a huge but, maybe I did turn it off. That's the level of dismissiveness I believe science needs to analyze. And doing so will help us better understand the nature of poltergeists. That dismissiveness applies to sporting and the apporting of objects. It's impossible to know every item missing in the bottle house simply for the fact that some items are just too insignificant to remember. As are some of the items that inexplicably appeared. The third revelation I want to talk about, the one I feel the paranormal community ignores, is the amount of observation being levied here. This campaign of me getting into my car each morning and discovering my car trunk door open or unlocked went on for over a year. A huge portion of it happened when the house was least active. I'm talking about when there was no activity in the house whatsoever. I'm often asked this question, and it angers me internally, but I try not to show it. Have I heard from the current occupiers of the home? My answer is no, I haven't. Some people believe it would strengthen me in Tina's claims if the current occupiers of the Bothell House stepped forth with similar claims. But that's not how poltergeists conduct their business. The events that made our case famous, I'm talking about the 3 Bibles that caught on fire, the wall writings, and not the baseline activity. The definition of a baseline is like the minimum or starting point. the minimum starting point with most poltergeists, and by most, I mean 99% of the activity that house occupants might not even notice. Objects disappearing, phantom noises, knocking, strange sounds, electrical issues, phantom doorbell ring, TV turning off and on, lights going off and on, battery drainage, appliance malfunction, etc. But of these things, they can be easily dismissed as just one of those things, and rightfully so, but not all the time. It's my belief that most poltergeist cases go undetected and unreported. Parapsychologist Steve Mera, he said it best when he said, "It's possible the current occupiers of the home will have things happen and just not know it. The activity I regard as baseline activity camouflages itself extremely well in the things that we consider routine. I can't tell you how many times I had a certified electrician over to troubleshoot the house's electrical system, only to find that there was nothing wrong. How many times have we had the cable guy over? How many times have we had the appliance mechanic over? How many times have we had the ADT security guy over? How many times have we had Verizon over? How many times have we had Comcast, now Xfinity, over? How many times have we had the utility come over to investigate things? Nothing was ever found wrong or out of the ordinary. You can't fix what's not broken, that's all they would say. The spirits in question never entertained the possibility that I might forget my car key or my car fob one day. Had I had my car keys on me, I would still have been dismissive. Their level of observation and desire to observe me, leave the house each morning and all that, and in doing so, they unlocked the trunk of my car for almost 2 years unabated, not only speaks to a level of trickery, observation, patience, and commitment, but dedication. That's the point I want to bring home for all who read this. Study this. Read 3 books I've written. Reread the cases you've already studied or acquired. Ask the house occupants, your open cases, to tell you things that they haven't told you. Do all of that and more, and you'll begin to see. We're dealing with intelligent third-party entities, no RSPK. So, where is my car key fob? I never recovered it. It was never given back to me. What happened to the other items that went missing in the home? Where do these items go? I believe these items are on a person or the spirit themselves. A veil, otherwise known as a hidden curtain, sort of shrouds their basic makeup. It keeps them and the items they steal hidden from us. These items that go missing the world over are not sitting in some poltergeist cave or poltergeist storage facility, although that would be cool. Nor are they in crawl spaces or cavities of the home. Science tells us that there are dimensions, and the majority of them hidden that we can't even begin to comprehend, let alone see or exist within millimeters of each other or us. Don't like to talk about dimensions? You feel that sci-fi? Then how about spectrums of light? Think about it. Our visual system can paint a vibrant portrait of the world. Its palette of colors is quite limited, as we only see between 390 to 750 of the full electromagnetic spectrum, and that's while the remaining trillion wavelengths escape our view. Infrared waves are a portion of the light spectrum that follows red. They have longer wavelengths than visible light, ranging from 700 nanometers to 1 millimeter. This renders them invisible to humans in almost all conditions. That's just one example. My conclusion being humans with the naked eye don't come close to seeing anything in existence. Some of these missing items are still in the home. Tina, I, and anyone else for that matter are just blind to them. I believe some items that went missing are appearing or will reappear in the Bothell house. Remember the letters from previous tenants reappearing in the kitchen drawers after Tina and I moved in? Drawers that were occupied with stuff that we put in, and other homes throughout the world for that matter. Some items will reappear in the neighborhood of the Bothell house if it's not there already. If we study carefully what the entity said in the Blair Witch House to John Bell and others, combine what it said with the findings in the Bothell house and add in the info from the other poltergeist cases, it's intelligent to believe items poltergeists take in one house do or can reappear in other homes. Minions. My experience with shadow figures in the house I lived in. What are minions? Minions is the name I gave them, but many people, rightfully so, call them shadow figures. No matter what time period the story emerges from, the story or description given is the same. Someone experiencing unexplained activity in their house. In most cases, malevolent activity. Reports seeing shadowy figures moving out of the corner of their eyes. The Bothell house is no exception. I remember the first time I saw one, and eventually 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. I was sitting in my office upstairs, bouncing between surfing the internet and watching the TV. By this time, we had multiple activities. Objects catching fire, Bibles catching fire, small, medium, and large objects being thrown, loud bangs, phantom footsteps, door slams, wall tappings, lights going off, lights turning on, then off again by themselves, bed sheets yanked clean off you while sleeping. These are the symptoms of a poltergeist infestation. So is seeing shadowy figures out of the corner of your eye. And there I am watching TV, minding my own business, which, by the way, is the perfect time for a poltergeist to do something. And they do. My office upstairs, the layout is structured in a way where I can see the upstairs hallway, then my doorway, and at all times this would be pretty visible while watching TV. And that's when it happened. From left to right, I'm watching TV and all of a sudden I see movement out of the corner of my eye. I turn in the direction of the movement. The brain does that instinctively, and there it is. This miniature creature looking like a gremlin creeps across my doorway. It's sort of hunched over and yet standing tall. It was walking stilted-like from left to right and crosses the complete doorway. It's gone from being in my peripheral view to being in my complete view. I'm not quite sure what it is I'm seeing, and in my opinion, that's the human brain being in denial as to what's really happening. It's in denial of what it's actually seeing. This thing, for lack of a better word, tippy-toes across my doorway until it gets to the bedroom to the right of me and disappears. I get up a few seconds later to investigate. I go to the room and I saw whatever it was creeping into, and of course nothing is there. There will be multiple occurrences such as this in the Bothell house. Anyone who's seen a shadow figure will tell you there's nothing like the first time. The first time, like most poltergeist incidents, breaks the seal. What do I mean by that? Days, weeks after this incident, I began seeing more than one shadowy figure. Oh yeah, multiple shadowy figures. No longer moving left to right, nope, now walking directly towards me. But this is the interesting part. As they move closer to you, it looks like they're moving farther away and vice versa. For reasons I can't explain, at least not here, they would go in and out of frame, meaning that they would disappear and reappear, sometimes closer to you when they originally appeared. Sometimes they reappeared farther away. Why is that? But why the term minions? Well, based on what I've seen, and I've seen a lot, these shadowy figures, I believe, were responsible for 85% of the Geist activity in our house. I believe minions, what some call shadowy figures, are responsible for the majority of poltergeist activity. The EVPs, unexplained voices captured by paranormal teams and parapsychologists from the US and UK, over 600 plus to be exact, suggest that these shadowy figures, minions, work in tandem. They group think. They're the ones that poke me at night while sleeping. They pull sheets clean off the bed, and of me while sleeping. They're responsible for the mattress indentations, the pulsating I feel coming from my bed mattress and pillow. Yep, pulsating, like a heartbeat. Indentations like invisible paw prints, like a stealth invisible small pet, like a small cat or a small dog making its way towards you while you're laying in bed. Awake or asleep, it doesn't matter. You feel the indentation nonetheless until it reaches you, then suddenly a swoosh feeling. I liken it to touching those electric cattle fences that farmers and ranchers use to control their cattle. I touched one by accident as a kid. The swoosh I feel after whatever it was reached me. That sudden jolt. Not painful, but very uncomfortable. Frozen, numbing, tingling, and in some instances euphoric, if that makes sense. But the biggest shock of all, the one that sort of relieved me the second I heard about it, and rightfully so. Someone else, a previous tenant at that, experienced the same thing. It's proof that I'm not crazy. When I finally got a hold of one of the previous tenants of the Bottle House, the family that lived in the house 5 years before we did, the wife and the mom, may she rest in peace, told me that she and her son both saw a shadowy figure out of the corner of their eye. His bedroom is now my office, but it gets scarier. In 2014, when she finally reached out to me, she said he occasionally tells her that he still sees them out of the corner of his eye today. 5 years later, ladies and gentlemen, after they moved out of the Bottle House. That worried me, and guess what? 7 years after moving out of the Bottle House, I still occasionally see them, as do some of my friends who associate with me, especially those who have a self-sense of righteousness. Make of that what you will. The Musings of a Poltergeist Survivor. Summer 2014. The Davenport Hotel, located in downtown Spokane, Washington. You could say this was the period in the Bottle House where the activity was at or near its apex. Tina and I are suffering daily attacks. So much so that I started viewing my business trips as vacations. A timeout, if you will, from the phantom onslaughts. When you start preferring a cramped hotel room over your bedroom at home, that's when you know you're being tormented beyond measure. But that's where I was mentally at that time. Any hotel I stay at on business trips has become my safe house, my place of refuge. My place of zen, or so I thought. It happened on the third night of my stay at the hotel. I'm in a deep sleep when the comforter suddenly gets yanked off of me. And when I say yanked off me, I mean yanked off me. Think drill sergeant arriving in the military barracks at 4 a.m. and yanking the sheets off a private. That's how abrupt it was. I wake up immediately and see the sheet that was once on me now lying on the floor a few feet away. The room is pitch black. Was someone in the room with me? Of course not. All I could do was turn on some lights, rise from my bed, and survey the room. Waltz over to where the bedsheets were lying, pick them up, and return to bed. I'm frightened, but where's this going? What's going to happen next? I don't know how long it took me to fall asleep again, but I eventually did. But not before replaying the previous evening. I remember my laptop rebooting on its own several times throughout the night. I couldn't explain it. I remember having so many problems with the hotel's Wi-Fi that I had to call downstairs and complain. A technician arrived minutes later to investigate, and like the equipment malfunctioning happened in the Bottle House, the technician couldn't find or explain the root cause. The Wi-Fi was working fine in every room except mine. Looking back on it now, those events in their totality reveal I was not alone. This leads to my second story, later that morning. I woke up again at 7 a.m. the next day. I saw my cell phone was off and fully charged, but off. I didn't turn it off before I went to bed. Doing so would violate the agreement Tina and I, we had this when either of us was traveling. That's to keep our mobile phones fully charged and accessible. It upset me to see my phone was off, and after the phone powered up, all these text messages came pouring in. The first text message at 2 a.m. read, "The door slammed in Kim's room. Kim didn't hear it or even wake her up. Call me." No answer. Minutes later, another text message, "Loud banging came from the hallway and loud banging from the guest bedroom. I keep calling Kim, but she won't answer." I comb through the other missed text messages and I see more missed messages. This one came in a few minutes ago. It reads, loud bangs. Kim was taking a shower and the door slammed shut on her. We're leaving." I got Tina's voicemail every time I called. According to Tina's morning text messages, it sounded like Tina and Kim were being run out of the house. I finally get a hold of Tina about after the 10th time of trying. Tina was on her way to work when she answered. So what happened? According to Tina, a series of bangs and door slams. Kim's bedroom door slammed shut. Kim didn't wake up. The lights in the hall flickered off and on, followed by more bangs. The bangs kept going throughout the night. The bangs and thuds finally woke Kim, and she walked to Tina's room and they agreed they might as well stay up since the banging was happening. Morning came. Kim left to take a shower. Unfortunately, the bathroom door slammed on her within seconds of her showering. The incident startled them so much that they said, "Screw it. Let's get dressed and get the hell out of here." Both ladies were pretty much running for the door. Tina even told me the last banging noise they heard was right when they reached the garage door to leave the house. Kim says to Tina, and I quote, "I'm never coming to your crazy house again." There's a lot to unpack here. It might be difficult, but try not to focus on individual events for now. Instead of relying on everything you think you know about the poltergeist, please absorb what I just told you. This was a well-orchestrated attack in 2 locations, an attack that spawned several questions and revelations, those being as follows. Poltergeists can be in 2 places at once. How many spirits are we talking about here? Spirits work in tandem. Spirits can follow you. These attacks, like Tina, Kim, and I experienced while I was on a business trip, speak to a level of spying, observation, coordination, premeditation, communication, group thinking amongst the spirits, teamwork, vexation, stalking, harassment, and manipulation. So that's me being attacked 400 plus miles from the Bottle House within the same time frame. That was the same time frame Tina and her best friend Kim are harassed and attacked. This will not be the last time I was attacked while traveling on business. As mentioned in my first book, The Bothell Hell House, these attacks are like campaigns. There will be other instances where the sheets will be yanked off me while I'm sleeping while home and abroad. I thought it would lessen once I moved out of the Bothell house. It hasn't. Read my second book, Attachments, Poltergeist of Washington State, Part 2. Let me detail how my friends were attacked at the height of me and Tina's activity. Tina and I don't like it, but I can understand or accept my getting attacked elsewhere. Based on ignorance, I assumed that ghosts couldn't follow you. Now I know they can. But why my friends? Why attack Kim? Some of the things my friends have told me rival anything Tina and I have experienced. A triangle of sorts. Poltergeist activity happening simultaneously in 4 locations. Support contagion theory. Might be a square of sorts. Kirkland, Washington, summer 2014. One night I got a phone call from my female friend, a real estate attorney. The lights in her kitchen and living room are going off and on in every room upstairs. At the same time, she's having electrical issues. I'm having difficulty capturing the light show in my upstairs office and guest bedroom using recently bought Foscam cameras. With a long F. My cell phone rings and it was my attorney. She was freaking out tremendously. I asked her what was happening and she told me the lights in her house were going off and on like crazy. The way the lights inside her home in Kirkland, Washington were going off and on was identical to how the lights in our house were behaving at that moment. The odds of 2 homes having the same issue 20 plus miles away from each other is zilch. Simultaneous light phenomena in 2 locations. Months later, my friend told me about these instances, which I believe led to us becoming estranged. We used to communicate often, and now we don't communicate at all. California home. I don't talk about this incident much, and I'm not sure why, but maybe because it involves children. Spring of 2014, my friend calls me. I could tell she was frightened and nervous by the tone of her voice, and rightfully so. Her son comes into her bedroom, sits on her bed, and begins telling her about the horrific events happening at Keith and Tina's house. How could he know that? She's not confided in him about anything. So she asks him, "How do you know these things?" He says a voice told him. Some of you reading, I'm sure, are parents, and it would be frightening to hear your child tell you that they hear voices. Not only that, but he knows the goings-on at the Bothell house. But it gets worse. When my friend asks her son to explain he means by voices, he replies the voices he hears comes from under his bed. But the most unsettling revelation, if not prophetic, is that the voices told him that they're not through haunting us, Keith and Tina. They're just getting started. My friend's son told her during the time that the first Bible reappeared on fire, days before the infamous Katy Perry weekend and poster fire incident. As you know from reading the Bothell Hell House, these are without a doubt the most horrific events we experienced. It was an activity just about every day for about 7 months. Kirkland, Washington, summer through fall of 2014. My attorney was unloading her groceries one day. She made back and forth trips from the car to the kitchen. She returned to the kitchen a few minutes later and discovered half of her groceries were gone. She should have 5 bags on the table, and instead she had 3. Those missing grocery bags were never found. California home. Amid Tina and me fighting for our lives, my female friend, the attorney, tells me about spring to summer of 2014 of two unsettling instances. Coat hangers were flying out of her bedroom closet one by one. Now, when I say flying, I mean flinging from the closet, projectile speed to the room's far corner. This happened on multiple occasions. One night while working in her office, my friend is alerted to strange noises from the kitchen. The noise began gradually but picked up in a short time. She rose from her desk area, headed toward the kitchen, and saw corks spread throughout the floor. The popping noise she heard was the sound of corks popping from wine bottles. She then witnessed dozens of corks flying midair, ricocheting off the walls, only to finally rest on the floor. And this happened multiple times. Hawaii home, summer of 2014. My friend arrives in Honolulu to spend a vacation with her children. After seeing her arrive, her next-door neighbor walks over and tells her that he could have sworn she had been home. My friend, with a look of puzzlement, asks why. He tells her that he and his wife have been hearing what he thought was a house party inside her place. For several days, the weekend especially. He and his wife have seen the light go off inside the house and loud music and commotion, what he described as people being festive. My friend tells him the house isn't occupied, no live-in guests whatsoever. He swears up and down. What he heard was so real, so vivid, my friend is even more eager to get into the house to see if it's been vandalized or home-wrecked somehow, only to find that it has not. The security system is still on, nothing's out of place, nothing is missing. The only thing she noticed was weird was that every kitchen cabinet door was wide open. So she called me. If you read my book, The Bothell Hell House, you know I said there were times when I arrived home from work seconds before I stuck my house key in the keyhole of the front door. I could hear sounds coming from the opposite side of the front door, and I described it as a mass chitter-chatter, like conversations between multiple people. Other times I've walked through the front door and heard a massive commotion. The way the noise sounded suggests I walked in and disturbed something. A mass dart of footsteps, multiple footsteps thundering up the stairs, only to fade out as the steps entered the master bedroom of my office. It's as if I caught whoever was there by surprise. The Linder Family, 2001. The Linder Family. During the spring to summer 2020 COVID lockdown, I learned that my mom and my twin brother experienced strange events in their homes during and after I moved out of the Bothell house. If you read my second book, Attachments, Poltergeist of Washington State Part 2, you know there were activities that I began experiencing that I never experienced in the Bothell house itself. It's like I had completed one phase of having done so, graduated into something new, something more sensual, more ethereal. During that period, my family began to have Geist-like activity in their homes, and even weirder, began seeing shadowy figures. Meanwhile, the woman I date and coworkers I ride in the van pool with to work are telling me about events they're experiencing, like missing car key fobs, home television turning off and on at will, and more. In the meantime, I'm being visited at night by beings I can only describe as hideous and kind of beautiful in appearance. All of this is detailed in my second and third books. My younger brother, Michael, reveals during COVID 2020 lockdown, family members had strange encounters, info that was purposely kept from me. My youngest brother, Michael, who lives in Memphis, Tennessee, was dealing with personal issues due to that time and was making frequent trips to visit my mom in Houston, Texas, and our brother in Austin, my fraternal twin. Michael let it be known during our conversations during the COVID nationwide lockdown that our mom saw shadowy figures in the house she lived in. I find it interesting she's confiding in him and not me. What's more interesting than that is that when she began to see these shadowy figures, it was the same time I was physically transitioning into my second place of residence. My fraternal twin brother Kevin was having nightmares and night terrors and experienced what can only be described as attacks. This was news to me. My mom and I were very close. On average, we talked 3 times a week. It surprised me to hear this news based on how often we talked, and as sad, confused, and disappointed as I was, I understood why she kept this information from me. No mother will increase the burden her son might be facing. And in my case, it was the Bothell Hell House. I never told her that's exactly what I was seeing. Made sense, though. If you happen to be a poltergeist of Washington State fellow equivalent, or a technical fellow, to my knowledge, there's only one at the time I wrote this. You know, there's an EVP on my YouTube channel that I captured while I was in Houston, Texas. I was visiting my mom where I asked the question while laying in bed in the middle of the night if there were any spirits present. If yes, then where were they from? The answer I got was Bothell. Where are these shadowy figures appearing? According to my brother, my mom's bedroom and closet. Understand my mom could never get past chapter 1 of the Bothell Hell House. My siblings, 2 brothers and 1 sister, never read my books, not counting myself. African Americans don't like to talk about the paranormal, let alone write a book about it. It's a touchy subject in many African American households. It shouldn't be discussed unless necessary, which means only with one confidant, preferably your minister. My brother visited my mom multiple times a month from 2016 to 2019, and this gave him front row seats, to see what my claims were that she was seeing. My mom would call him to investigate what she would describe as a movement out of the corner of her eye. Having never watched the Travel Channel, she described a shadow figure moving about in the bedroom closet. According to my brother, it became an every-night occurrence. These shadowy figures my mom saw out of the corner of her eye while she watched TV in bed were the size of a small mammal. Not only did she see them, she heard them. Like Rhoda Jimenez, previous tenant of the Bothell House. My mom was very religious. Although Rhonda could substantiate my claims when I met her, she never uttered the words poltergeists, spirits, paranormal, and so on. Neither did my mom. Individuals outside the paranormal community, me included, don't utter those words. We say shadowy figures, because that's precisely what it is that we saw. A shadowy figure. The organic description is given where demons and poltergeists are concerned. In my opinion, that's the most authentic coming from the mouths of babes. People like me without prior knowledge of the paranormal are poltergeists. When I confronted my mom about what Michael told me, she tried to deny it and in the end, in a dismissive tone, tried to lessen her story's value. Michael told me the times he spent the night at her brother's house. He witnessed what can only be described as a nightmare on steroids. Upon visiting our brother in Round Rock, Texas, my younger brother, a highly educated school teacher, said he was awakened in the night by screams. Kevin, our brother, was screaming profusely while in what can only be described as a deep sleep. His legs and arms were wailing, suggesting he was fighting off something. I know this description all too well. I was dealing with it days after moving out of the Bothell House, which is the same period my younger brother Michael visited our brother Kevin's house, my fraternal twin. I sincerely hope whoever is reading this and absorbing what it is I'm trying to say, based on everything I said, the paranormal community has a lot of catching up to do. The Bothell Hell House. Who's watching me? Before I share this story, I need to paint a picture of where I was in my relationship with Tina and talk about the darkness I was living in. The relationship in all senses and purposes was over. Tina and I are essentially roommates, and by roommates I mean we share a roof, not a bed. January 2015. Neither one of us wants to call it quits. Neither one of us wants to be the first to say goodbye. We're not even making eye contact anymore, and those pillow talks we had before we fell asleep, gone. Dinner together, not anymore. Joint social outings, gone. The kisses we gave each other before leaving for work or arriving home have stopped. As depressing and sad as it was internally for me, it was also a moment where I was furious. I'm angry at Tina. I felt she abandoned me. She abandoned the united front that we had. Tina refused to understand that the female jewelry she was finding and sex with other women innuendos were the product of the poltergeist, not me. The spirits in the house knew this. They were successful in separating us romantically, emotionally, spiritually, socially, and physically. The only chance Tina and I had of beating this was to remain united. The idea of me cheating on her created a wedge between us. Metaphorically, that wedge put me on an island by myself. I was now easy pickings. Now the poltergeist can focus on me. And that's precisely what they did. The die is cast. The darkness. I was attacked from mid-November to late February of 2015. Tina and I on occasion would sleep in different bedrooms. That's one example of how our physical relationship was deteriorating. Tina knew the activity had switched to just happening around me and therefore can go about her daily routine. Ironing board, and candles encased in glass are hurled at me the second I lay down, making sleeping impossible. Understand that there's not a moment where Tina and I are in the house where I'm not being attacked. There is no such thing as hyperbole when describing what a poltergeist attack is like. When a spirit decides to center all activity in and around you, you've entered a dangerous phase. You contemplate suicide as a viable option for ridding yourself of the activity. The world you live in becomes small. Every day I walk through the front door of my house after work, the lights flicker off and on, or off and on and off and on, depending on which room I'm in. The chair I sit in when eating dinner in the dining room table has just been inexplicably relocated to my office. Sometimes with a note that reads, "Die." How did my kitchen chair or bar stool get past the ADT motion sensors? I'm still sitting in my office, trying to have some semblance of an ordinary evening, when suddenly, objects, small, medium, and large, come flying in. Imagine a chef knife being thrown at you. Imagine it being thrown at you multiple times. How about a beer bottle? How about a cologne bottle? Candles encased in thick glass resting on a bookshelf are harmless. Those same candles hurled at you or in your vicinity at incredible speeds. Very dangerous. Oh, you want to watch TV? Good luck with that. The TV in my office is cut off and on. The channels turn by themselves. The internet, the main tool I use to research my predicament, constantly fails. The Wi-Fi is failing. The computer reboots or locks up constantly. And then it happened, that horrific morning. I had a rough night. Do you know the game musical chairs? How about musical bedrooms? The attacks on me had become so frequent while I was trying to sleep that I had to really get up and switch bedrooms. That used to buy me and Tina a day or two of no activity. Not anymore. Now it just buys me a few hours. Where poltergeists are concerned, you take what you can get. This morning I couldn't sleep. I was looking up at the ceiling when the lamp to my left suddenly flew across the room. That was my signal to get up finally. Get the fuck out of this house. Keith is what my brain was telling me. Or, get the fuck out of this house, Keith, is what my brain was telling me. Tina, bless her heart, had not moved a muscle. The noise didn't even make her budge. The time it took to shower and shave, pack my suitcase for my business trip, grab my laptop bag, and touch the front door had to have been less than 30 minutes. I was in a hurry. I'm shaking with fear. I felt evil in the air. I felt the darkness. That moment where the predator is about to snag its prey, and that was me. I was the prey. I was being haunted. The feeling of being watched was intense. How intense? You're about to find out. There's something about the feeling of being watched. Some instinct embedded into human beings. Be it an inner sense, a spider sense if you will, or better still, a disturbance in the force. You feel it, and when you feel it, you know it's true. You know something's trying to tell you something. One thing I view as a gift and a curse is my ability to sense certain things before they happen. I've always had enhanced intuition. My encounter with these entities seemed to have sharpened it. What is weird, if not scary, is that the entities also know it. I'm talking about my high sense of awareness. The entities are exploiting it, or at times become a victim to it. This intuition or instinct or whatever you want to call it deserves attention. Ignore it at your peril. Not me, not today. I've made multiple trips to my office to my car, and I was loading up my belongings in the trunk of my car when something told me to turn around. Turn around, Keith Linder. Something is looking at you. Something's been watching you ever since you got up. Turn around right now. I did. I turned away from the trunk of my car and looked up, and guess what I saw? My inner voice was correct. The light in my office was off. It shouldn't be. I just walked out of that room 20 seconds ago. There was no reason for that light to be off. I was coming back to that room to get some more things. Wait a minute. Someone is in my room. The Venetian blind is pierced open like somebody was peeking through. And that's when it happened. Right before my eyes, as I looked up at my office window from the driveway, the Venetian blinds, the two blades pierced open. They slowly closed. Someone or something was peeking through the blinds, looking dead at me. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. Deductive reason immediately kicks in at an alarming pace. Who's on the other side of that window? Who is in my office? Oh my God, somebody's in the house with Tina. Tina's asleep. Why is the light in my office off? Something just lowered the blinds in my office. Could that be the Gray Lady? Was this a minion? It must be the spirit that threw the lamp off the drawer a few minutes ago. Why else would it be watching me? I should leap in my car and drive off. Drive, Keith. Get to SeaTac, your hotel, and sleep. Those questions run through my head as I stand outside in my driveway. I can't leave right now. Tina's inside the house. We might not be on best terms right now, but I must save her. So I run back into the house, passing her bedroom using my peripheral vision, and I see that Tina's still sleeping in the same position. I reach my office thinking Tina's not in the hallway. Did the person reading this... Hi. This is going to sound weird. I would have preferred to have caught Tina coming out of the office versus what I'm about to find, which is nothing. I got to my office to confirm that the lights were indeed off, and I walked out of this office a minute ago. My heart is pitter-pattering, not because I ran up the stairs at lightning speed. No, I'm frightened. I just saw 2 of my Venetian blinds open and close while standing next to my car. An invisible hand between 2 blinds implied someone or something was peeking through my office window. It was looking down at me from the 2nd floor, from inside my office. The most horrific part of this ordeal, and there are many, was when the 2 Venetian blinds or blades narrowed and closed, implying whoever was looking at me knew I was about to rush back into the house, or that they were done looking at me. I left the house 10 minutes later, heading straight to the airport. The message I got from whoever it was behind those Venetian blinds was, "Don't worry, Keith, we'll be here when you get back." Interesting visitor last night. This morning. I was at a wine dinner with friends last night. As the night winded down, my friends, both husband and wife, invited me to stay the night. Laura, one of my best friends, a woman I regard as a sister, went upstairs and sort of tidied up a guest bedroom for me. A few hours later, I went to bed. Between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., not only that, but they happen when I sleep on my back. But not this morning. I was accosted while my back was turned toward the direction of the bedroom door. It's important that you know the bedroom is closed, and more importantly, that you know its close proximity to the bed I'm sleeping in. We're talking inches. This time of morning, you can consider me a light sleeper. All of a sudden, I feel a presence in the room. The presence walked through the guest bedroom door in a determined fashion. I know because of the footsteps I heard and felt on both sides of the door as they entered. Something has entered the room. It was so real that I almost spun around and turned to see. My mind was thinking, is this one of my friends coming up to check on me? But that's silly. They would have knocked first. Then I remembered from a previous experience that this was an ethereal visit. Let's see where this goes. You see, if I had woken up fully and spun around, the ethereal presence would have evaporated. I then thought, Keith, just continue in your slumber and see where this goes. Do nothing. The presence having entered the room, one immediately gets in bed with me. My back is facing the door. I'm sleeping on the left side of the bed, enough room for a person to enter the mattress and join me. And that's exactly what happens. There were several more footsteps leading to the bed and 2 mattress indentations. 3, 4 loud bangs, which I thought was interesting. A heavy feeling entered the bed. The mattress went down and squeaked due to the extra weight now being in the bed. Then something I never experienced happened. This presence immediately dropped, cradled, spoon position. I felt 2 hands rest on my shoulder and then a warm breath. All of this felt so real that it almost prompted me to spin around. That's how real it was. I was 100% sure it was a woman climbing in bed with me. Fearful it be Laura. Is she sleepwalking? I didn't panic. Not totally anyway. I wanted to see what happens next. All of a sudden, I started receiving and feeling warm kisses on the back of my neck. The kisses went from left to right and right to left. How tight was this presence holding me? How tight were they cradling me? Very tight. Sensual tight, love-making tight. But no intercourse, just a multitude of kisses, soft pecks, and gingerly, I might add, very soft, delicate, and sensual. As always, whenever an entity, i.e. an ethereal presence, touches me, the feeling of euphoria quickly sets in. I had soon evaporated. How long did this last? 1 to 2 minutes. A sense of euphoria leads to my energy being drained. Energy draining then puts me to sleep. I have to admit, from the manner in which the kisses were applied and the manner I was being held, I have no choice but to believe this presence, wherever it came from, loves me. That's the energy I felt throughout the entire ordeal. Euphoria aside and the feeling of my energy being drained from physical contact, I don't view this encounter as malevolent. Based on what I remember, the word that comes to mind is angelic. Weird phone stuff. 1995, I was 16, sitting at my front porch, waiting for a ride. My mom throws open the door and says, "What the hell are you doing?" Me, sitting here. "Did you just call?" "No, Ma, I've been here on the porch." 1995, no cell phones. "Are you fucking with me?" Me, "No, Ma." "Somebody just called and it was you, and you said, 'Hi, Mom, it's me. I wrecked the car. I'm okay and I cut my arm.' Go back to bed. It's all right. I'll call you later. Bye." Later that year, two different people who aren't close to another both tell me that they had a dream that I was sitting in a red car in a parking lot crying. 2 years later, I crashed my red car, graduation present in 1996, and called my mom in the middle of the night and said the see above, but forward roll to 2012, and I'm now 34 with kids. I'm on the toilet in the bathroom, and I had the landline cordless phone with me in the bathroom, and it rings. Caller ID says that it's my cell. I think it's my kids calling me to be funny, and I say hello, and my fucking own voice says hi. I called myself. My cell logged that it had called my landline. It happened. I don't know. And neither do I. See ya. Welcome, curious minds, to Paranormal M. Explore the unknown with us as we delve into the supernatural. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications and that like button for a front row seat to our latest intriguing discoveries. I don't even know how to title this. Indigenous Spirit Hurts Me. I'm a labor worker, and the company I work for flies me out to different places in the north of Western Australia. The Pilbara region, near Nulungin. I don't know if I can say, because I don't know if my employer tracks the history of me, to do work on mining plants and the likes. This is the area for iron production. It pays well, so I show up. This is my first time on a new mine site. Brand new place. All the facilities like a gym, food hall, and my accommodation are sweet. I basically get told as soon as I land in the morning that I have to sleep that day because I'm working night shift. This isn't new for me, so I get to putting myself to sleep. During the first few days of the week, 2-week stint, I get told some site-based trivia that this line is built right next to a historically and culturally important site for the indigenous people that live here, the Noongar tribe, and that the area is highly spiritual. Yeah, sure. Cool trivia, but I'm here just doing job. 5 days into the work, I get up at 5 p.m. The sun started to set down at this point in the winter, but when my eyes open, I feel the flesh of my body begin to chill all the way to the exterior of my bone. I feel unsafe. I try to jump out of my bed as my fight or flight responses take place, and as soon as I get angled 30 degrees off my bed, I feel myself get pulled back by my shoulders by what feels like hands. They're on fire. I can't get out of my bed thrashing for about 10 seconds. I feel my back setting all right and just being chilled to the core. It feels like I have full control of my waist down and my neck up, but the thing or presence holding me down has a grip on my upper mid-body, and I can't do anything about it. As soon as what I feel like an eternity, the vice grip on my shoulders releases itself, I leap out of my bed with the force of 1,000 suns and run out of my little room still in my underwear. In classic fashion, a bloke discreetly smoking a cigarette outside has just said to me, "You might need a uniform for work, mate." And as I'm standing outside with my beefy Hanes in the breeze. After about 30 seconds of embarrassment, I rack up the courage to run back in, slide on my uniform like that flash, get a glimpse of myself. These are huge mirrors they have for workers on the site, and I realize I have red fingernail marks running all the way up from my shoulders to the bottom of my spine. I end up jogging myself, just loaded up on reception with my luggage bag and backpack in tow with what I could grab in a minute or two, and I say, "Look, something happened to me, but I need a new room." "Sure thing, sir. We can do that for you. What room were you initially in?" "What?" My ghost story from when my ex and I explored a graveyard. Back when I was still in high school, I think it was during my junior year, I was dating this girl who was a year or two below me. We'll call her May. We had been dating for about 2 months or so, and we were both into the paranormal and the unexplained. So one night, May and I decided to go out to the graveyard down the road from her house. She used to live in one of those apartment complexes which were side by side, 2 connecting apartments for each building. So you could basically go outside and take a piss and the neighbors could probably see you if they looked out their side windows, but it was kind of also in the ghetto area of my hometown, so you probably wouldn't want to take a piss outside, especially at night anyways. It was about 6 p.m., so right before the sunset, May and I had decided to start at the opposite end of the graveyard, and we would work our way back to the side that was closest to her house. Her house wasn't right next to it or anything, it was actually a couple of blocks down the road. We were in the graveyard reading the headstones and exploring the plots and all that. I think we were somewhere around 45 minutes into our exploration and had decided to look at one last spot. It was the corner closest to exit, which was closest to her house. It was a pretty fancy plot with cream-colored headstones and a flagpole right in the center of it with the American flag flying at the top. It might have been a veteran burial ground or something, but nonetheless May and I checked it out for a minute or so and decided to leave toward the gate. It was about 30 yards from the plot that we came from and left. I turned around to have one last look as we were walking and holding hands because something was grabbing my attention to the area from the moment I saw the plot. Plus, I thought it was cool looking. I stopped dead in my tracks. My eyes got so big and I jumped out of my skin and squeezed May's hand. I saw what looked like an actual ghost that you see in movies like Ghostbusters or The Frighteners, but with like a blue aura around it. It almost looked like an angel or something, but I didn't have my glasses on, so I didn't really get to see much details. All I know is it looked humanoid and was floating above one of the graves, just staring at us. May noticed that I was looking at something, and she definitely felt the tension on her hand as I was squeezing it. So she asked me what was wrong. I then asked her, "What the hell is that?" She turned to look, she squeezed my hand even harder. I hadn't taken my gaze off of the thing, and I blinked a couple of times to make sure I wasn't seeing things. I indeed was not, because now she saw it too. The thing then launched right at us, and my heart leapt out of my chest. May then turned around and pulled me toward the gate, which we were just a few yards away from. When she pulled me, she had sort of jerked me out of my trance, and I just sort of turned my head forward as to not trip on something and bust my ass. We booked it out of there, but I took another look behind us before we jumped over the gate, and the thing was about where we were standing before we started running. I turned back to May and we ran as fast as I can remember running in my life. There was a road right outside the gate, and in order to get back to her house, we had to pass by that plot on our side of the fence because that's the direction that we had to go. As we passed, I took one last look and saw nothing. We made it back and didn't have really anything happen to us after that. Haven't seen anything like that since. One of the scariest moments of my life. I think about it at least 3 times a week. Story time. I grew up in Vietnam. Throughout my adult life, I've always been interested in ghosts, spiritual things like that. So I often try to find ways to meet ghosts. So I study tarot. And this is what happened to me and my family. It all started when my brother started telling me that he had met someone in his dreams who was exactly like what I knew about tarot ghosts. I can tell their looks somehow, so I tried asking, and it was really them. It may sound unbelievable, but it's completely true. My brother dreamed about them so much that he and I had a big fight over them. We gradually talked. My brother stopped dreaming about them, but then there was my mother. My mother is a person who has seen ghosts many times, and when she slept in my room because I slept alone, she asked me to change her room because she didn't want to infect my father, or my other sister who was sick at the time. My mother heard 2 voices whispering to each other. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but the whispers were clear, and she simply told them not to because my mother hadn't done anything to them. But maybe they don't think so. Luckily, my father and brother have never met them. But lately, they've been doing it again. My mother was singing on the ground floor when she wanted to turn on more music. But when she connected Bluetooth, it emitted nearly 10 different laughter voices, both male and female, laughing loudly, very clearly, while my mother didn't play anything yet. My mother had a chill down her spine, but luckily she only had to apologize to them and tell her that she hadn't done anything and they would have stopped. They need to learn to respect my mother. In my room, the furniture would sometimes move around, or I would see a black or white shadow pass across my bed. Sometimes it's a knock on the door, and luckily they only knock 1 to 2 times. But I'm also pretty scared. I dream about one of them a few times, but they simply wake me up to go to school or flirt with me in my dreams. I don't know if it's really my tarot or something else, but I can tell that they are disrespectful to my mom and sister, but so nice to me. This happens quite often. My mother is also very scared. But they also helped my mother from an evil spirit, so I can tell because they said they would. I didn't see anything wrong with my mother after that. My Girl Guides group used to meet in the elementary school library. That's where there was an ongoing rumor that one of the custodians died underneath the school, and you could see him opening and closing doors as you walked through the school, and you could hear his breathing and the keys on his belt jingle as he continued his job, even in the afterlife. This rumor was around for as long as I attended the school. Several times when my guide group was leaving the library, a chair or 2 would fall off the desk. We used to say it was the ghost getting angry that we were leaving. My mother was one of the guide leaders, so I would almost always leave last. When we were wrapping up a meeting one night, a friend and I were hanging out in the library reading the books while the other girls were getting picked up. My mother called for us to go down the hall, and we got up to leave, and as we walked out, every single chair crashed to the ground and the power bumped. As cliche as that sounds, I think about that ghost a lot, whether or not it was even real, but after my grade graduated to high school, his activity stopped completely and he was slowly kind of forgotten. I don't think his stories are told anymore in the school, and a lot of the staff retired. They were replaced, and my age group who would remember him are all graduating or have already graduated. And it honestly feels like I've lost a friend. First time posting here, but I have some experiences and I can't quite explain them. Anyway, so I'll give a little bit of information, vague obviously, about my home. It's a terrace house and it's relatively modern. And where I live was once farmland, and the area of the village is only about maybe 1979-ish. So, my experiences. First one was when I was roughly 7 to 10 years old and I was watching TV with my father in my bedroom because I, at the time, had really only good TV upstairs. So from my room I can see directly down the hallway. 2 doors right, 1 left, and the stairs at the end of the hallway on the right. So it's about midday, and as we're watching TV, I see a shadow shimmying into the spare bedroom after seemingly having watched me for a while. It was dark, really dark, seemingly a woman in a dress. I asked Dad to look, and he brushed me off. I asked again, and he reluctantly looked in there. Perhaps thinking there was a burglar, but there was nothing, and ever since I've gotten negative vibes from that room. I try not to even look at it. Mom said it's a shadow, but it was too dark to be. Like, the dress seemed old, like only a floodlight could cast that shadow. But even then, I'd say it was unnaturally dark. Also, I was on the 2nd level, so I doubt a shadow could get there. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that one. The following years, I didn't see much. Occasionally an odd, short, white figure walking down halls in the corner of my eyes and stuff. But one night I was in my room looking through my toy boxes, and that's when I heard a weird growl that I've never heard before or since. Sprinted out of there. Could have just been an animal, though. So fast forward a while, and I'm now 15 to 16. I was playing my Switch in the living room in the daylight, and I heard a man blow right into my right ear. Told my father, and he started looking for a gas leak or a burglar that there wasn't. Next, I was in bed on the phone with my beloved. Shout out to that legend, and she's my world, but I saw a black mass jump at me. I could move, and it wasn't sleep paralysis. It disappeared, and she told me that it was just my mind playing tricks. I hope so. Ask Reddit. Me and my family, along with a family friend, went camping in a secluded woods clearing the family friend's father that they had found recently. At the time, me and their son were about 7 or 8 years old, and we were pretty close friends. But since it was a new part of the woods, and due to the fact that the parents had one tent big enough, we had to sleep in the camper. The time came when the sun set, and we all went to our places. About 4 hours have passed now. Me and a friend, let's call him Mark, were bored. So we sneakily got out of the camper to explore while the parents slept, grabbed some flashlights and just went along our way. We got a bit far from the campsite and just went through the woods. There were quite a few hills and some dips in the path that we had found, until we noticed a large unnatural lump in a little bit deeper into the woods. We got closer, and it's a campfire that had very little fire left in it. Just specks of orange. But next to it was a mangled tent with the rods all pointed and scratched. There was the entrance flap ripped clean off and on the ground a fair distance away from it. Being the curious idiots we were, we just welcomed ourselves into the broken thing, and there was nobody in it. Just a little tiny pouch sort of a thing. We looted it and started to run off from where we came from. So we're a little ways back, and that's when we hear footsteps and voices, and thinking it was our parents, we found sort of a hill with a bit of rock pile and laid down flat next to it. But it seemed to be teenage girls, about 17 or so sounding. I don't know. We were just laughing it up about something. No flashlights or anything, just walking. One of them distinctly says, "Oh no, our tent," and both inhumanly fast. Not the casual I'm wearing boots or flip-flops in the woods and tripping kind of a run. I mean straight up zipped away until we couldn't see them anymore. It's like they vanished in what seems like seconds. So we're terrified we just robbed 2 girls and ran back to the camper in fear of punishment. We finally make it and slow down for a sneak. Then we shut the door to the camper and crawl into one of the bunks together. We were panicked and in a cold sweat staring at the pouch. But still, curiosity took us and we opened it. It was just a bunch of rocks and leaves and about 6 or 7 Polaroid pictures. It looked like 2 girls having a blast setting up a tent and looking over the hills. But 2 of them were weird as fuck. One had a guy who we didn't see at all with a stone-cold stare looking at the camera. We had a long, skinny face and some sort of white shirt on with big eyes, and behind him were 2 girls sleeping in the tent, or just some odd shadow lumps. Then the last was sort of a large pile of dirt with leaves surrounding it, and next to it one of the girls halfway buried with a crazed look on her face. It shook us to our cores and we didn't sleep at all, just stared at the pictures. The next morning we ran to our parents and vaguely described what happened. We found this pouch today and it had this, but our parents just scolded us. We'd kind of take it to the ranger when we got back and claimed that somebody could have just lost it. No way in hell we were exploring again, so we just kind of emptily agreed to do so. I have my friend as living proof that it happened, and he has the Polaroids. I've asked him to send them or a picture of them to me to prove this, because damn, it's been 8 or so years and both of us still bring it up and it still gets shivers. Shadow person or shared dream? For context, I, 30 years old, had a childhood full of paranormal activity. My mom's side of the family, and myself included, is very sensitive, and my grandmother practices witchcraft. My son, who's 9, is not exposed to much, if any, of that, and I haven't told him about my childhood experiences. One night I had what I believed to be a sleep paralysis hallucination of a shadow person walking through the house where I could only hear him. He came up to the hallway where our bedrooms are and simply looked in each one. He was a large, dark shadow with glowing red eyes. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak at all. Par for the course with sleep paralysis. I could only watch him, watching us. That was until I went back under for some actual sleep. When I woke up my son next morning, he was very upset. The first thing he said to me was a tall black shadow with glowing red eyes looked at me in my bed. I asked him if he could move or speak, and he said yeah, but he was too afraid. He said he just pulled his blankets over his head and curled up. My brain says this is a shadow person or a watcher or whatever you want to call it. My heart hopes that my son and I are just very connected, so much so that we share dreams. So Reddit, what are your thoughts? Should I be concerned about the shadow man who spoke to me? It was a couple of years ago, but I can't stop thinking about it. One night I woke up and the shadow of a man was looming over me. He had a top hat, if that's relevant. He then spoke to me saying, "I will protect you." While I didn't feel afraid, nor did I feel comforted. Ever since, nothing really happened, with the exception of 2 sleep paralysis experiences. I don't know if I'm just a hypochondriac or something's actually wrong. Every day, for the most part, it feels like something is sitting on my chest and my sternum hurts a lot of the time and I feel constantly dizzy and confused, along with constant feelings of being watched. I feel as though I'm never alone, and whatever spoke to me that night is with me constantly. And I unconsciously have conversations with whatever's with me when I'm completely alone. There is no history of mental illness in the family, though there is a history of being sensitive to the paranormal. Sometimes the pain gets too severe to function and I just cry in pain. Mind you, I was raised with a crying is weak mentality. I've had blood tests, gone to the doctor, he kind of even thinks I'm faking it to get out of things. I don't know if I should be worried or not. I guess I forgot to add that after that experience, it felt like something kept telling me I was going to die by the time I turned 18. While I don't fear death, I just found that interesting. While I don't want to die, I don't exactly want to live either, so I'm rather indifferent about it. Any insight on this at all would be great. I was raised in a Catholic family, if that means anything, though I don't practice it. I apologize if this is all gibberish. Ask Reddit. I've told this a few times and it always freaks me out because me and a bunch of friends used to break into this abandoned asylum. There'd been a long-standing rumor that anybody who takes something from there is haunted or followed. It was a story of one of the kids who took something and kept seeing a dark figure in his bedroom window at night until he returned it. Obviously, I didn't believe any of that. So one night we're snooping and we find a lot of medical records and really old books. Had some crazy stuff in them. So I decided to take one of the books with me. When we got outside, my phone buzzed and I looked to my timer and it started. It was set for 5 minutes and counting down. None of us knew what it meant and I didn't set it, so we decided to just wait it out and see what would happen. 5 minutes was up and nothing. So we went on our way pretty much with the book. A couple of days later, we're driving down this road at like 5 a.m. My friend loses control over the car. We crash into a phone pole, flip and land nose first in a small lake. The car was absolutely destroyed. One friend was thrown from the backside window, which ended up saving our lives because none of the doors were working and we all had to get out of the way. Water pressure doesn't let doors open, which is why the advice for a car in water is to let it sink and then open the doors. Amazingly, I was the only one seriously injured with a broken leg. Even the guy who got thrown landed in the lake, so he was fine. Nobody else had more than a few bruises and cuts. One girl stayed in the hospital overnight for observation because she had an existing heart issue, but she was fine. Paramedics showed up with body bags because a neighbor who called and saw the accident was convinced we were all killed. Days later, when I went to go collect valuables for my car and had been pulled from the wreckage, I saw the book. It was in the back seat where I'd been sitting. I realized that timer was my last chance to put the book back before something bad happened to me. Something bad did happen. It's about 4 years and I still can't really use the my leg right. Can't run or jump anymore and I used to be super active. I can never get that back. But to be fair, the book will never be returned either. I left it in the car. It took the book. And they took my mobility. I think the things that saved me were that I keep a sort of like a scapular in my car. It's a religious item. I don't know if I pronounced that right. And I also have keepsakes of loved ones who died in my car at all times for protection. Let the dead rest, whether it's in a graveyard or an abandoned building. I saw the Hat Man with someone else confirmed. One day I walked with my friend from the train station to the city center, and there's a bridge between. It's usually pretty quiet there at 11 p.m. with almost no people. But I heard someone walking behind us, like if it was moving faster and came closer. I didn't see anyone, but the footsteps were clearly there. Walking at the bridge, I looked behind me and I saw a huge man in black clothes, and it really came closer, like 10 to 15 meters distant. Face pitch black, nothing recognizable. You can guess what happens next. It was suddenly gone. We haven't passed the bridge yet, and that's the most freaky part of this. There was no sound of running away, not even a splash from jumping into the water around the bridge. Imagine. My friend looked at me and said, "You saw this?" At this point, I realized I wasn't getting crazy or hallucinating, and my religious conviction is just somethingism, nothing specifically. But I just wonder about potential declarations. Haunted motel on a mountain. When I was younger, probably around age 7 or 8, my parents brought my brother, my cousins, and I up to the White Mountains. There were a lot of us, so finding a place to fit everybody was difficult. We were also rather poor, so we couldn't stay at a nice hotel or rent a cottage. We decided to stay at this motel, and let me tell you, it was weird. From what I can remember, it was old, like 70s old, and it wasn't too clean either. There were 2 beds and 1 bathroom being shared by 6 people. My parents took a bed, and my older brother and older cousin slept on the floor in sleeping bags. Older cousin slept on the floor too. They shared a bed. One night I woke up and everything was weird. My cousin, who was sleeping next to me, had her eyes wide open, and it looked like somebody scalped her. The walls looked like they were covered in blood, and the room was a completely different color. I sat up and scanned the room. My other cousin was in a weird-ass pose, and my parents were all gored up too. It was like a shitty, creepy pasta in there. The bathroom light was on, but it was like a scene from Stranger Things. The light was dim and ominous, and I also saw faces everywhere. Best way I could describe it is like shadow faces. I laid back down, closed my eyes. Waited a few minutes, and when I opened them, everything was back to normal. I went back to bed and forgot about it until right now. Would love a logical explanation as to what my girlfriend and I experienced tonight. My girlfriend has 3 siblings. About 2.5 years ago, her sister and favorite sibling passed on at the young age of 24. But fast forward to tonight. My girlfriend and I are listening to Pandora that's being played by our Samsung phone that's connected via Bluetooth to a Vizio soundbar while we do some art. This is something we do often. Well, tonight, something happened that has never happened before. The song Angel by Shaggy comes on. It is many times before, as she's the song thumbs up in Pandora, and obviously her taste in music is questionable. And I know this, but she's hot and awesome, but I digress. So as the song's playing, I hear a girl's voice singing the chorus. I pause, because at first it sounds like it's coming from outside. I ask my girlfriend if she hears it, and she's like a deer in headlights, but with tears flowing down her cute face. She shakes her head, and I'm like, what's wrong? She says the voice sounds exactly like her dead sister, and that Angel is a song they would often, well, all the siblings would sing together. Bad taste in music clearly runs in the family, right? So we put our ears close to the Vizio speaker, and it was so obviously coming through the speaker. We've never heard this before with this song or another, and we press pause and disconnect the speaker from Bluetooth so we can listen to it straight from the phone. And now the background female singing voice is gone. So I then connect my phone to the speaker and open YouTube and play the same song. Same thing, the voice is back again singing the chorus. Unplugged from Bluetooth and the voice is gone. We start playing random top 40 hits from the same era via the speaker, and we can't duplicate the background singing voice. By the way, our nearest neighbor is almost a block away. There are no vehicles on the street either. So I'm sitting there thinking, what the fuck? Before I go all the way what the fuck, I'm hoping someone can point out some logical explanation as to what had occurred. Somebody also play that song by YouTube or on Pandora on a Bluetooth speaker. Tell me if you can hear a voice singing the chorus in the background. We're both dumbfounded. If the Bluetooth speaker has surround sound, there's some parts that won't pan and won't show up on a phone or other certain mediums, and perhaps your sound bar is tuned to surround sound and you get more sound from the song. Just an idea as a sound guy. My first ghostly experience. My very first experience happened when I was 7. We had just moved into a small farmhouse in New Hampton, New York. The house still stands, albeit in disrepair, but it's there. When we moved in, it was a series of spiderwebs, dirty floors with the attic full of stuff that I didn't want, and the bedroom that I would share with my 3 sisters full as well. We found dolls from the 1920s, old newspapers, and even an entire series of Life magazine in pristine condition. All of which they let my mom sell. It took us weeks to clear that room from all the boxes. When we finally got our cots in there, we had no curtains on the 2 windows to my right that my sister slept under. The moon shone through, illuminating right up to the edge of my cot. We had those thin blankets with one edge that had silk on it. I lay there under my thin blanket hoping to sleep, But just as I started to doze off, I heard heavy breathing coming from the right side down past the windows. It was slowly moving toward me. Assuming it was my sister, I yelled, "Knock it off!" It went quiet and I fell asleep. The second night with my sisters, sound asleep, the labored breathing began again. It was raspy, desperate, and slowly moving toward me. So I sat up and yelled again to knock it off and lay back down. It did not stop. It just seemed to get heavier and darker and creeping closer to me. So I sit up again, full moon illuminating the area of the room where the breathing was. I thought this time I'll see which sister's trying to scare me, and yelled, "Stop it!" Now I can see most of the room, and there was nothing there but that terrifying, dark, raspy, and desperate breath. It was getting to the foot of my bed. There was nothing there. Quickly laid down, covering myself with that thin blanket, horrified as the breath creeped closer to my bed, inch by horrifying inch. I don't remember falling asleep. I do remember it stayed by my bed and I was too scared to look. The next night the same thing, but this time it's moving a little faster to me. Again I yelled for any sister to knock it off as I sat up, and again the moon cast its light in that room with nothing but a deep, dark, nasty breath headed my way. As it approached my bed I could hear it crystal clear. There was nothing there. I went flat so fast and pulled that thin blanket over my head. It worked last night. I prayed it would work again. But this time it inches closer and closer as it gets more desperate and grotesque. Now it's next to my bed as it begins to lean over and breathing hard. It's getting closer to me. Suddenly I feel hot breath upon my face as the terrifying heavy breathing is right on me. I was shaking. I figured it had to be me. It had to be my hot breath I was feeling through that thin blanket. I hold my breath. More hot breath. I hold my breath tighter when the breathing takes in a large raspy breath and it blows it hard through my blanket. I froze, terrified. I figured this had to be like my sister because I held my breath and the breath does it again so fast as I was whipped back. My blanket fell down to look and it was hovering me. The room illuminated perfectly, but there's nothing there. Then all of a sudden, right in front of my face, that hot, raspy, heavy breath blows again with nothing attached to it. I screamed in horror, running as fast as I could. It was hard for my family to calm me down, and I know what I experienced being real and terrifying. In the 5 to 6 years we lived in that rental, I never went back in that room. Not once. I wouldn't cross the threshold. It was shortly after my experience that we found out that an old man living there alone for years after his wife passed died in that room. He died amongst his hoard of boxes. Not one of my sisters had that experience. I never had it again, but I avoided that room like the plague. This experience made me interested in what haunts us. Hotel Ghost. It was 2008 and my daughter, 16 now 31, was an all-star cheerleader, which meant we traveled for competitions across the U.S. We were living in Maryland at this time and headed to Ohio. I decided to drive instead of fly. It was way cheaper. We would first drive 8 hours or so and cross the border into Ohio and stay in a hotel. Then we'd get up early and just drive 2 hours to camp. The hotel was only a few years old. It was a Marriott. And as soon as we entered the room, my daughter looks around, heads to the bathroom, walks out, and says, "I don't like this room." So, of course, I'm mom and mentioned how new the hotel is. It was nice, clean, and honestly, I didn't get it. I couldn't understand why she didn't like it because that's all she said several times. Anyway, we went to eat and came back to go to bed. Again, she says she doesn't like that room, and I'm thinking, teenagers. And oddly, she's using the bathroom with the door open, telling me not to walk over. Again, teenagers. As usual, I watch TV until I fall asleep. She's already sleeping. I wish I could fall asleep that fast. Later, I turn off the TV as sleep is headed my way. That's when I hear her rustle in those new crisp sheets. And then again, it was loud, crisp, almost like a whoosh sound. I figured she was pulling those tightly tucked sheets out. I'm laying on my left side, her bed on my right. That's when the whoosh happens again, loudly. So I turn to see what she's doing when I hear the whoosh going straight up between our beds, crisp as can be. And there, between our beds, is what I think is my daughter standing with the sheets over her head. I'm like, what the heck is she doing? I quickly realize it can't be her because it's almost to the ceiling, and there's nothing under the sheet like a human structure when suddenly it drops into the floor fast, making a swooshing sound as it did with a rippling effect, all the while plummeting down. I was so freaked out I sat up super fast, trembling, scared, confused, turning the light on, and there's Christine, sleeping in her bed. I didn't know what to do. Turned the TV on, and when it's fully illuminated, turned off the light as I was starting to wake her. I was frozen in my bed. There was no way I was getting out to look around, and at that point, the TV would stay on all night. I was so scared, my heart pounding and my breath erratic. It took a while to calm down. I stayed awake a long time, my eyes constantly surveying the room. When I finally fell asleep, a depression on the corner of my bed, like someone sitting down, woke me. I didn't move much, just my eyes, I was scared and very cautious. I thought maybe it was Chrissy, but nothing was there, and again I'm awake and then fall back asleep. Early in the morning, before the alarm would sound, I feel someone bending down to me. Like, you know how you feel, like, without hearing it, that sort of movement? And then a kiss is planted on my cheek. I froze, popped open my eyes, and nothing is there. Nothing. It wasn't my daughter. At that point, it's time to leave. So when I wake my daughter, she said something to the effect of, "Good, I'm ready to go." We go to the lobby with our bags and get breakfast. It was 6 a.m. While we're at the table, she says to me that she had a terrible night's sleep. I kept her up, apparently, and now I feel bad and apologize for the TV when she asks why did I keep sitting on her bed during the night and why the heck did I kiss her cheek this morning? Excuse me? What? This happened to her too? We sat there discussing what the depression felt like. The kiss, a man, and I think she thought I was messing with her. So I tell her about the crisp sheet thing rising and falling when she blurts out, "I told you I didn't like this room. I knew it was bad." It was at that point that I realized why she didn't like the room. Not because she was a moody teenager, but because she felt something that I did not. She told me when she walked in the bathroom, right away she felt as if somebody died there. That they took their own life, that it was dark and foreboding, and that's why she wouldn't close the door when she was in there. But what she hadn't clarified to me was why she hated the room so much. Honestly, if she had told me, I would have changed rooms. But here's an even creepier part. After we discuss this, I see a girl at the front desk. Decide to go over and ask her if the hotel is haunted. Now, this was a new hotel, but I did it anyway. The clerk asked, "What room are you in?" I answered, and she stood still, looked at me, and walked away into the back room and never came out again. I mean, I stood there for 5 minutes. Nothing. I gathered her things to leave, and she still hadn't come out. When we were walking out of the sliding doors, I saw her peek her head out and pop in quickly. So bizarre. Or was she messing with me? Who knows? I don't have a lot of paranormal experiences, but the ones I've had have stuck with me. I didn't feel any foreboding or darkness in that room, and it simply scared the crap out of me. Chrissy definitely locked into something I couldn't sense upon arrival, and I've always thought of myself to be sensitive. I've told this story to many people, but Chrissy doesn't like hearing it at all. She won't discuss it. To her, it's over and done. But truth is, we know it scared the daylights out of her too, which is why she won't relive it. Heard my mom come home, except she was still at work. I'm 24 now, but this happened when I was around 16. I was usually home alone because my mom worked during the day. I was hanging out in my room just taking pictures on my phone when I hear my mom close the door and walk into the kitchen. I yelled out, "Hi, Mom," to which she said hi back. A few minutes go by, but I never saw my mom go into her room, so I walked out into the living room. I didn't see her. I checked the kitchen, her bedroom, but she just wasn't home. And I never heard her leave again, and we had bells on the back of her door. I shrugged it off and went back to my room. I started playing on my phone again when I hear her whisper my name right next to my ear. I freaked the fuck out and looked around, but no one was there. I also had my 2 dogs with me, but they weren't reacting to anything, so I don't really think too much of it. Once I stopped freaking out, though, I called my mom to confirm that she was still at work, and she was. That actually used to happen a lot back at the apartment, where I would hear her voice, and sometimes it would be like a random voice just calling out my name. Freaky shit. Don't go to the suicide bridge. So I've always wanted to go to the suicide bridge out in Pasadena. Well, when I finally got my first car, me and two of my girlfriends went up there. All three of us are sensitive, which, when it comes to haunted places, paranormal things, if you catch my drift. We had to park on the other side of the bridge, which meant that we had to walk across the entire bridge if we wanted to explore a little bit. Our night had already started off weird. We kept seeing the same blue truck drive back and forth on the bridge. Same driver, same truck. We brushed it off, but then walked along the bridge, and we all got this sick feeling. I started getting anxious. I kept getting the feeling of wanting to jump off. I'd been suicidal in the past, which scared me because I wanted to so bad that night. My other two friends kept feeling like somebody was following them. Another scary thing. My friend had told us that she had this woman spirit that had been following her for a few months, so that definitely didn't help. Finally, we reached the other side of the bridge in hopes we can actually go under, but they have it fenced off. There were a few people there already basically doing the same thing we were doing. There was a group of boys that had found a way underneath the fence, so my friends and I were going to follow and do the same. For some reason, we couldn't find the area the boys went under, so we were going to go over. Almost immediately, we all hear this woman scream bloody murder. Never seen a group of kids jump and run so fast. We're all pretty sure it was just somebody telling us to get off the fence, but nonetheless scary. Anyways, we started to head back to my car, but decided to walk on the other side. The side where the lights were much more dim and the whole vibe just felt dark. We all started to feel really anxious, and I started to get hot. I felt like people were reaching out to us. The scariest part was when we looked over the bridge into complete darkness. Then I started to feel like I was gonna vomit. My friends just wanted to leave. They definitely didn't want to be there anymore. One friend kept hearing someone or something whispering in her ear. One friend was feeling anxious and nauseous, and I was feeling sick and suicidal as fuck. We finally made it back to my car, and I couldn't drive. My head was pounding. I started getting really bad cramps. I started sweating, and my vision was getting blurry. I really thought I was going to pass out, but my other friends weren't feeling sick anymore. It was only me, so we had to sit there for a few minutes until my body stopped bugging out. It was definitely a scary experience. Sucks we didn't get to explore underneath the bridge, but it's also been 3 years since we first went to the suicidal bridge. I'm definitely going back at some point, but I'll be more prepared, especially now that I know my body's going to react. Be careful if you're sensitive or medium, an empath maybe, because that bridge fucks with you. Great-grandfather found, gave me my lost toy the day of his funeral. My mom tells this story 25 years later, and her face still turns white. I lost a very small red dragon toy. For whatever reason, it was my absolute favorite, and I took it with me everywhere. I cried for months. They moved every piece of furniture, pulled seats out of their vehicles, emptied every box and cabinet. We could never find it. The day of his funeral, she sat me up on the kitchen counter and put my shoes on. My mom turned around for 1 second to pick my shoes up off the floor, and that's when she turned back to me. The toy was in my hand. She was in tears and asked, "Where did you find that?" 2-year-old me said, "Pawpaw just gave it to me." She asked, "Where's Pawpaw now?" I said, "He left. He said he had to go home and that he loves us." continued playing with it like nothing happened. My old house was probably haunted. So my grandparents were raised in an old house, probably built in the 1930s. So eventually my mom and siblings decided to move in and help them out, so I pretty much grew up there. I always had off vibes, and I would dream about dead family members, and I would wake up crying, begging to sleep with my grandma. Eventually, after my mom had kids, we bought a house in our backyard, began moving into it in 2020. We had to tear down the old house. Well, my brothers were sort of playing in the old house as they were at the back door to come up to the new house, and heard a psst, like somebody was trying to get their attention. So they turned around and they saw a very tall figure. It was a man, and he stood there looming over them. So my brothers immediately started yelling and crying, running up the new house. Me and my grandma were on the porch when they came running up. And I knew they weren't faking, because my grandma said, that was my father. They refused to ever go back down there. It's torn down now and everything is gone. And please share other stories or something similar to my experience, please. Saw ghosts frequently when living in Kadena Air Force Base in Okinawa, Japan. I was living there from the age of 4 to 7. We bounced around a few apartments, but ended up in a military housing unit. Concrete floors, metal doors, mainly to help with typhoon season. Still not too homey, but to set the scene, I had a little TV in my room that my mom would set a timer on. I remember waking up and always watching it shut off. Maybe I was trained to know when, but it was eerie to say the least. I would then see about 7 shadows walk from the window across the room and out the door. My room was on the 2nd floor, so there was no way it was just people's shadows from outside. I remember lying there in bed, terrified under the covers after having seen them. They were all different heights, and one being particularly short, like my height. She had pigtails as well, and I made the connection of her shape to Angelica from Rugrats. I would tell my mom that she was in my room at night, and after being frozen under the covers for God knows how long, I would eventually run across the hall and into my parents' room. I would crawl between them and try to get comfy, only to see, like, one shadow in their room. I called this shadow in particular, Seaweed Man. He looked like he was covered in stuff. Getting older, we kind of realized it may have been a soldier in a ghillie suit. I remember this happening a handful of times, but my parents said it was almost every night. My dad would hear toys going off in the middle of the night, and he would get up thinking it was me. But I'd always be sound asleep in my room. The area would be ice cold. You know, the classic shit. It's undeniable when I was younger, but it's impacted me so much, and I struggled so much in high school just with philosophy on everything. Why are they still stuck here? Are they aware? Is energy just repeating itself because they exude so much fear in one moment? As I got older, it became something too familiar, almost like I missed the fear. And when in areas that may have the same type of thing going on, I can almost smell it. Anyways, hope you enjoyed, and if anybody else has ever lived in that area or had a similar experience, let me know. Ever seen blue children ghosts? I have. As I age, I often find myself recounting my paranormal encounters from my youth. I have a hard time explaining some of these occurrences, but I would say I lean more towards being skeptical now. I also don't share a lot of my stories for 2 reasons. I don't want to sound crazy, and weird things happened when I talk about them. However, there are 2 instances of seeing blue children that I found no evidence for online or in real life. The first ghost I remember seeing was a blue girl. She always made me feel uncomfortable when she showed herself. It wasn't just her presence that was disturbing, but rather the constant luring by her. Let me explain. As a child, I spent many nights with extended family. My godmother's apartment in particular always freaked me out. She notoriously slept on her couch every night, leaving me with the queen bed all to myself. She would leave the door open to her room just in case I got fussy and needed to check on me. Directly past the bedroom door was a hallway which had a built-in cabinet. I vividly remember many nights where the door to the cabinet would open by itself, and on one of the shelves looked like a blue girl laying down and staring directly at me. She wouldn't say anything, but rather signaled with her index finger to come here. I never did because what the fuck, that's terrifying for a 7-year-old. I was not interested in whatever she had planned and would just kind of throw the blanket over my head until I fell asleep. I pushed that down for many years and chalked it up to an overactive imagination. That was until nearly a decade later. I saw 2 more blue children. I was watching my grandparents' house while they were out of town. I was a little scared because of another paranormal encounter I'd experienced years before at their house, but I was old enough to control my racing mind. As I walked up the stairs to go to bed, I heard little footsteps running around the corner and down the hall. I don't have the best vision, but I know what I saw. It was a little blue girl with long dark hair. She had ran and hid behind a large vase in the hallway. As she popped her head out, I saw another blue child behind her, and this time a smaller boy with dark hair. They giggled and waved. Ugh, I still get shivers from that. Ran into my room and bolted the door. Never saw anything like it again. Potential bathroom encounter 12 years ago. So I've always been a man of science. Never really believed in ghosts. But waiting, some of the things here are interesting. And I wanted to see your opinions on the closest thing I ever had to an encounter. I'm 18 at the moment, so this was well over a decade ago. Maybe 12 years ago. I was getting ready for bed in my upstairs bathroom. As I was brushing my teeth, I turned around and very vividly saw someone for a split second. They looked at me like a young girl. Maybe a few years older than I was at the time, dressed in ragged clothes, just smiling at me. Naturally, being a very young child, I burst out screaming and my dad came running upstairs. It wasn't for long, but I can still remember exactly what I saw, down to the facial features. I told him exactly what happened and he just assumed I was tired and seeing things. But I've never had an experience like that from being tired. I feel like I remember it so vividly, but it could also just be because it was so long ago. Now, my sister's a very spiritual person, believes heavily in the supernatural and thinks there's something living in her house. But we've lived there since it was first built, and all that was there before the park with the playground. Objects thrown across wine cellar. TV turned off and on in childhood home. These were both in the early 90s when we didn't have phones with cameras. In both situations I experienced or was aware of experiencing, I had a witness which thankfully kept me from feeling like I was crazy. I don't live in the home anymore, but before I moved, I was like the 4th generation born and raised in the home since it was built after the 1906 earthquake. Both my great-grandmother and great-grandfather died in the home. my great-grandmother in the back room, and my grandfather on the steps. Before moving into the home after my grandfather passed, I had never sleepwalked before. Numerous times I would wake up in our lobby in our garage and chalked it up to just sleepwalking. My dad would tell me about things that happened when he was a kid in the home, and I took it as a dad joke. We had an old wine cellar accessible only from the backyard, but the back porch and steps were so rotted the wine cellar was left to decay with a pile of tools within it. In my preteens, me and some friends decided to turn it into a hangout or a clubhouse. While clearing out the wine cellar of tools and junk, a buddy of mine named James set up a ladder up to remove some of the stuff from the loft that was above, and well, until almost as if the ladder was lifted from its angle against the loft and fell backwards, knocking James off the ladder and knocking a small square cutout from the opposing wall. When I asked my dad about why there was a cutout, he said my great-uncle who built the house used to make wine for the family and ran pipes from the cellar into the garage for processing. We left it open and even used it as a secret entrance to bypass the back porch since it led right up into the garage. My mother wasn't happy with it being left open because having the open square into the garage led to cat prints on her clean car for over a month. So she had a neighbor nail it shut when I was at school. 1 week later, I was woken up in my bed by a buzzing in my ear like an amplified mosquito. It sounded like I had headphones on. So I decided I was over it and I wasn't going to try to find it if it was a mosquito. I'd just go to sleep in our living room. I grabbed a blanket and a pillow and headed down to my hallway. At the same time, my dad was coming from his room on the opposite end of the hallway towards our bathroom, but I beat him there first. When I was done, I went to grab my pillow and blanket off the floor, and with my dad standing right next to me, I heard this click-clunk of my old tube TV turn on in my room down the hall. You could see my TV directly from the hall, so it lit up the hall, and I got chills. When I asked my dad, "Did you see that?" He thought I had my remote with me and turned it on myself. When I told him the remote was in my room, he joked, "It's probably your great-grandmother fucking with you." But I felt very uneasy. He told me to go turn it off. As I walked into my room, I could see what it was on the TV, and it was the Jerry Springer episode where he was speaking with devil worshippers. As I reached over my bed to turn the TV off, it turned itself off while I was like a couple inches from reaching it. I said nope and went to the living room. For weeks I felt uneasy, no longer comfortable with assuming it was spirits of my family. I didn't notice till we moved, but my overall persona became darker after my 13th birthday. Nothing worrying at the time, I just kind of chalked it up to me being a teenager. But I blacked out my window and started to collect skulls that seemed as if they found me. A cat skull that fell out of a ripped bag and a bag of dirt, a rabbit skull that my dog unearthed, kind of left it at my doorway, and a deer skull that my grandmother thought I'd like after a deer died in her yard. I would note that when we left that house, I felt a release of influence. About a month after the TV event, a friend of mine left his Nintendo game in the clubhouse, so we went down the rickety staircase to get it since the secret passage had been closed. Now this was the craziest thing I'd ever had happen to me. When I opened the door, I reached to turn on the light, and the square panel in the wall, which was nailed shut by my neighbor, dislodged, flew across the entire room and snapped in two pieces along the opposing wall, which was about 8 feet straight. It didn't drop in its trajectory, it flew straight across with enough force to break it. Both me and my friend Ernesto got so spooked we hopped two neighbors' fences, banged on their back door to let us in. We didn't go back into the room for a year. When a neighbor was down on his luck, my parents said he could stay in there. So my dad braced the steps and moved into the old wine cellar. He would tell me the door would open on its own while he was sleeping. that he heard voices and, very upset one day, asked me why I was jumping on the back porch for so long one night. But each of the times, he was the only one home. We sold the house in '99, but to this day I've wanted to go back like it's been calling me. I'd love to do a spirit box or an EVP there, but would hate to freak out the family that lives there now. My first and only encounter. Psychic reading. For my short but sweet story, we need to go back to 2011. I was 18. I'm now 30, so it's been quite a few years. Me and my now ex-girlfriend decided one day to have a sort of a psychic that we saw on Facebook come to our house and share a reading with us. I was very skeptical, but my ex wasn't, so I decided to entertain it. The lady was everything you'd imagine a psychic to be. She had long gray hair, wore clothes of a hippie nature, and believe it or not, she even came with an assistant of hers. She came in our house and took a seat in the front room. Began by saying she wanted to do both mine and my ex's reading separately. So I went into the back garden and had a cigarette with her assistant. He was an alright dude. My ex had her reading and came out in tears, and she couldn't believe some of the stuff the lady had said, but I still wasn't fully convinced. Then it was my turn. Went straight in and sat down, and she immediately told me not to be so skeptical. Something I hadn't even told her or the assistant. Proceeded to tell me my granddad was present and called him by his first name, Michael. Said he's concerned about my back tire on my motorcycle. My motorcycle was at my mom's house 7 miles away. Continued to tell me other things that she literally had no idea of knowing, like, for example, an inside joke between me and my ex that she said within the year that we would go to, well, from like 2 to 3. My ex got pregnant the following year. She finished, went home, and me and my ex were just gobsmacked, and me, the skeptic, I was speechless. Then I remembered what she said that my granddad had said about my back tire on my motorcycle. The next day I get over to my mom's house, go into the garage, and right there in front of me is my motorcycle. Has a puncture in its back tire. Goosebumps activated. Been a believer ever since. Don't know if you guys can hear that, but I've got a leak in my house. See ya.